Chapter 65 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 65. How M. de St. Luc showed M. de Monsoreau the thrust that the king had taught him. "Are you ready?" cried Monsoreau. "No, I have the sun in my eyes." "Move, then, I warn you, I shall kill you." "Shall you really? Well, man proposes and God disposes. Look at that bed of poppies and dandelions." "Well?" "Well, I mean to lay you there." And he laughed as he drew his sword. Monsoreau began the combat furiously, but St. Luc parried his thrust skillfully. "Pardieu! Monsieur de Monsoreau," said he, "you use your sword very well. You might kill anyone but Bussy or me." Monsoreau grew pale. "As for me," continued St. Luc, "the king who loves me took the trouble to give me a great many lessons, and showed me, among other things, a thrust, which you shall see presently. I tell you, that you may have the pleasure of knowing you are killed by the king's method. It is very flattering." And then suddenly he rushed furiously on Monsoreau, who, half wild with rage as he was, parried 5 thrusts, but received the 6th full in his chest. "Ah!" said St. Luc, "you will fall just where I told you," as Monsoreau sank down on the poppies. Then, wiping his sword, he stood quietly by, watching the changes which came over the face of the dying man. "Ah! you have killed me!" cried Monsoreau. "I intended to do so, but now I see you dying, devil take me if I'm not sorry for what I have done. You are horribly jealous. It is true, but you were brave. Have you any last wish? If so, tell it to me, and on the faith of a gentleman it shall be executed. Are you thirsty? Shall I get you water?" Monsoreau did not reply. He turned over with his face to the earth, biting the ground and struggling in his blood. Then he tried to raise his head, but fell back with a groan. "Come, he is dead. Let me think no more about him. Ah, but that is not so easy when you have killed a man." And jumping back over the wall, he went to the chateau. The first person he saw was Diana talking to his wife. "How well she will look in black," thought he. Then approaching them, "Pardon me," said he, "but may I say a few words to Jeanne?" "Do so, I will go to my father." "What is it?" said Jeanne, when Diana was gone; "you look rather gloomy." "Why, yes." "What has happened?" "Oh, mon Dieu, an accident." "To you?" "Not precisely to me, but to a person who was near me." "Who was it?" "The person I was walking with." "M. de Monsoreau?" "Alas! yes, poor dear man." "What has happened to him?" "I believe he is dead." "Dead!" cried Jeanne, starting back in horror. "Just so." "He who was here just talking now?" "Yes, that is just the cause of his death. He talked too much." "St. Luc, you are hiding something from me," cried Jeanne, seizing his hands. "I? Nothing, not even the place where he lies." "Where is it?" "Down there behind the wall, just where Bussy used to tie his horse." "It was you who killed him." "Parbleu! that is not very difficult to discover." "Unlucky that you are." "Ah! dear friend, he provoked me, insulted me, drew the sword first." "It is dreadful, the poor man." "Good, I was sure of it. Before a week is over he will be called Saint Monsoreau." "But you cannot stay here in the house of the man you have killed." "So I thought at once, and that is why I came to ask you to get ready." "He has not wounded you?" "No, I am perfectly unhurt." "Then we will go." "As quickly as possible, for you know the accident may be discovered at any moment."
"Then Diana is a widow?"
"That is just what I thought of."
"After you killed him?"
"No, before."
"Well, I will go and tell her."
"Spare her feelings."
do not laugh. Meanwhile, you get the horses saddled. But where shall we go?"
"To Paris."
"But the king?"
"Oh, he will have forgotten everything by this time. Besides, if there is to be war, as seems probable, he will be glad of me. But I must have pen and ink."
"For what?"
"To write to Bussy. I cannot leave Anjou without telling him why."
"No, of course not. You will find all that you require in my room."
St. Luc went in and wrote, "Dear friend, you will learn by report ere long the accident which has happened to M. de Monsoreau. We had together, by the old copse, a discussion on broken down walls and horses that go home alone. In the heat of the argument he fell on a bed of poppies and dandelions so hard that he died there. Your friend for life, St. Luc. "P.S. As you may think this rather improbable, I must add that we had our swords in our hands. I set off at once for Paris to make peace with the king, Anjou not seeming to me very safe after what has occurred." 10 minutes after, a servant sent off for Angers with this letter, while M. and Madame de St. Luc went out by another door, leaving Diana much grieved at their departure, and much embarrassed how to tell the baron what had occurred. She had turned away her eyes from St. Luc as he passed. "That is the reward for serving your friends," said he to his wife. "Decidedly, all people are ungrateful excepting me." Chapter LXV. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter LXVI of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter LXVI, in which we see the queen mother enter the town of Angers, but not triumphantly. At the same time that M. de Monsoreau fell under the sword of St. Luc, a flourish of trumpets sounded at the closed gates of Angers. It was Catherine de Medicis, who arrived there with rather a large suite. They sent to tell Bussy, who rose from his bed, and went to the prince, who immediately got into his. Certainly the airs played by the trumpets were fine, but they had not the virtue of those which made the walls of Jericho fall, for the gates did not open. Catherine leaned out of her litter to show herself to the guards, hoping the sight of her would do more than the sound of the trumpets. They saw her and saluted her courteously, but did not open the gates. Then she sent a gentleman to demand admittance, but they replied that Angers being in a state of war, the gates could not be opened without some necessary formalities. Catherine was furious. At last Bussy appeared with 5 other gentlemen. "Who is there?" cried he.
"It is her Majesty the Queen Mother, who has come to visit Angers."
"Very well, go to the left, and about 80 steps off you will find the postern." "A postern for her majesty!" cried the gentleman, but Bussy was no longer there to hear. He and his friends had ridden off towards the indicated spot. "Did your majesty hear?" asked the gentleman.
"Oh, yes, monsieur, I heard. Let us go there, if that be the only way to get in."
The cortege turned to the left, and the postern opened. "Your majesty is welcome to Angers," said Bussy.
"Thank you, Monsieur de Bussy,"
said the queen, descending from her litter, and advancing towards the little door. Bussy stopped her. "Take care, madame," said he, "the door is low, and you will hurt yourself."
"Must I then stoop?" replied she. "It is the first time I ever entered a city so."
Once through the gate, she re-entered her litter to go to the palace, Bussy and his friends escorting her.
"Where is my son?" cried she. "Why do I not see M. d'Anjou?"
"Monseigneur is ill, madame, or else your majesty cannot doubt that he would have come himself to do the honors of his city." Catherine was sublime in hypocrisy.
"Ill! My poor child ill!" cried she. "Ah! let us hasten to him. Is he well taken care of?"
"Yes, madame, we do our best."
"Does he suffer?"
"Horribly; he is subject to these sudden indispositions."
"It was sudden, then?"
"Mon Dieu! yes, madame." When they arrived at the palace, Bussy ran up first to the duke. "Here she is!" cried he.
Is she furious?
Exasperated.
Does she complain?
No, she does worse. She smiles.
What do the people say?
They looked at her in mute terror. Now, monseigneur, be careful.
We stick to war?
Pardieu, ask 100 to get 10, and with her you will get only 5.
Bah, you think me very weak. Are you all here? Where is Monsoreau?
I believe he is at Méridor. Her Majesty the Queen Mother, cried the usher at the door. Catherine entered, looking pale. The duke made a movement to rise, but she threw herself into his arms, and half stifled him with kisses. She did more, she wept. "We must take care," said Antragues to Ribeirac. "Each tear will be paid for by blood." Catherine now sat down on the foot of the bed. At a sign from Bussy, everyone went away but himself.
"Will you not go and look after my poor attendants, Monsieur de Bussy, you who are at home here?" said the queen. It was impossible not to go, so he replied, "I am happy to please your majesty," and he also retired. Catherine wished to discover whether her son were really ill or feigning, but he, worthy son of such a mother, played his part to perfection. She had wept, he had a fever. Catherine, deceived, thought him really ill, and hoped to have more influence over a mind weakened by suffering. She overwhelmed him with tenderness, embraced him, and wept so much that at last he asked her the reason. "You have run so great a risk," replied she. "In escaping from the Louvre, mother?" "No, after." "How so?" "Those who aided you in this unlucky escape." "Well?" "Were your most cruel enemies." "She wishes to find out who it was," thought he. "The King of Navarre," continued she, "the eternal scourge of our race." "Ah, she knows." "He boasts of having gained much by it." "That is impossible, for he had nothing to do with it, and if he had, I am quite safe, as you see. I have not seen the King of Navarre for 2 years." "It was not only of danger I spoke." "Of what, then?" replied the duke, smiling, as he saw the tapestry shake behind the queen. "The king's anger," said she, in a solemn voice, "the furious anger which menaces you." "This danger is something like the other, madame. He may be furious, but I am safe here." "You believe so?" "I am sure of it. Your majesty has announced it to me yourself." "How so?" "Because if you had been charged only with menaces, you would not have come, and the king, in that case, would have hesitated to place such a hostage in my hands." "A hostage! I?" cried she, terrified. "A most sacred and venerable one," replied the duke, with a triumphant glance at the wall. Catherine was baffled, but she did not know that Bussy was encouraging the duke by signs. "My son," said she at length, "you are quite right. They are words of peace I bring to you." "I listen, mother, and I think we shall now begin to understand each other." CHAPTER LXVI. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 67 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 67. Little causes and great effects. Catherine had, as we have seen, had the worst of the argument. She was surprised, and began to wonder if her son were really as decided as he appeared to be, when a slight event changed the aspect of affairs. Bussy had been, as we said, encouraging the prince secretly at every word that he thought dangerous to his cause. Now his cause was war at any price, for he wished to stay in Anjou, watch M. de Monsoreau, and visit his wife. The duke feared Bussy, and was guided by him. Suddenly, however, Bussy felt himself pulled by his cloak. He turned and saw Rémy, who drew him gently towards him. "What is it, Rémy?" said he impatiently. "Why disturb me at such a moment?" A letter.
And for a letter you take me from this important conversation?
It is from Méridor.
Oh, thank you, my good Remy. Then I was not wrong? Oh, no, where is it?
That is what made me think of it of importance. The messenger would only give it to you yourself.
Is he here?
Yes.
Bring him in. Remy opened the door, and a servant entered.
Here is M. de Bussy,
said Remy. Oh, I know him well, said the man, giving the letter. Did she give it to you?
No, M. de St. Luc.
As Bussy read, he grew first pale, then crimson. Remy dismissed the servant, and Bussy, with a bewildered look, held out the letter to him. "See," said he, "what St. Luc has done for me."
"Well," said Remy, "this appears to me to be very good, and St. Luc is a gallant fellow."
"It is incredible!" cried Bussy.
"Certainly, but that is nothing. Here is our position quite changed. I shall have a Comtesse de Bussy for a patient."
"Yes, she shall be my wife. So he is dead."
"So you see it is written."
"Oh, it seems like a dream, Remy. What, shall I see no more that specter, always coming between me and happiness? It cannot be true."
"It is true. Read again. He died there."
"But Diana cannot stay at Méridor. I do not wish it. She must go where she will forget him."
"Paris will be best. People soon forget at Paris."
"You are right. We will return to the little house in the Rue de Tournelle, and she shall pass there her months of widowhood in obscurity."
"But to go to Paris you must have—"
"What?"
"Peace in Anjou."
"True. Oh, mon Dieu! What time lost!"
"That means that you are going at once to Méridor."
"No, not I, but you. I must stay here. Besides, she might not like my presence just now."
"How shall I see her? Shall I go to the castle?"
"No, go first to the old copse, and see if she is there. If she is not, then go to the castle."
"What shall I say to her?"
"Say that I am half mad." And pressing the young man's hand, he returned to his place behind the tapestry. Catherine had been trying to regain her ground.
"My son," she had said, "it seemed to me that a mother and son could not fail to understand each other. Yet you see that happens sometimes." "Never when she wishes it." "When they wish it, you mean?" said the duke, seeking a sign of approbation from Bussy for his boldness. "But I wish it, my son, and am willing to make any sacrifices to attain peace." "Oh!" "Yes, my dear child. What do you ask? What do you demand? Speak." "Oh, my mother," said François, almost embarrassed at his own easy victory. "Listen, my son. You do not wish to drown the kingdom in blood. It is not possible. You are neither a bad Frenchman nor a bad brother." "My brother insulted me, madame, and I owe him nothing, either as my brother or king." "But I, François, you cannot complain of me." "Yes, madame, you abandoned me." "Ah, you wish to kill me. Well, a mother does not care to live to see her children murder each other," cried Catherine, who wished very much to live. "Oh, do not say that, madame, you tear my heart," cried François, whose heart was not torn at all. Catherine burst into tears. The duke took her hands and tried to reassure her, not without uneasy glances towards the tapestry. "But what do you want to ask for, mother? I will listen," said he. "I wish you to return to Paris, dear child, to return to your brother's court, who will receive you with open arms." "No, madame, it is not he whose arms are open to receive me, it is the Bastile." No, return, and on my honor, on my love as a mother, I solemnly swear that you shall be received by the king as though you were king, and he the Duc d'Anjou."
The duke looked to the tapestry.
"Accept, my son, you will have honors, guards." "Oh, madame, your son gave me guards, his 4 minions." "Do not reply so. You shall choose your own guards, and M. de Bussy shall be their captain if you like."
Again the duke glanced to the wall, and to his surprise saw Bussy smiling and applauding by every possible method.
"What is the meaning of this change?" thought the duke. "Is it that he may be captain of my guards? Then must I accept?" said he aloud, as though talking to himself.
"Yes, yes," signed Bussy, with head and hands.
"Quit Anjou and return to Paris?"
"Yes," signed Bussy, more decidedly than ever.
"Doubtless, dear child," said Catherine, "it is not disagreeable to return to Paris." "Well, I will reflect," said the duke, who wished to consult with Bussy. "I have won," thought Catherine. They embraced once more and separated. End of chapter 67. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 68 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 68. How M. de Monsoreau opened and shut his eyes, which proved that he was not dead. Rémy rode along, wondering in what humor he should find Diana, and what he should say to her. He had just arrived at the park wall when his horse, which had been trotting, stopped so suddenly that, had he not been a good rider, he would have been thrown over his head. Rémy, astonished, looked to see the cause, and saw before him a pool of blood, and a little further on a body lying against the wall. "It is Monsoreau!" cried he. "How strange! He lies dead there, and the blood is down here. Ah, there is the track. He must have crawled there, or rather that good M. de St. Luc leaned him up against the wall, that the blood might not fly to his head. He died with his eyes open, too." All at once Rémy stared back in horror. The 2 eyes that he had seen open, shut again, and a paleness more livid than ever spread itself over the face of the defunct. Rémy became almost as pale as M. de Monsoreau, but as he was a doctor, he quickly recovered his presence of mind, and said to himself that if Monsoreau moved his eyes, it showed he was not dead. "And yet I have read," thought he, "of strange movements after death. This devil of a fellow frightens one even after death. Yes, his eyes are quite closed. There is one method of ascertaining whether he is dead or not, and that is to shove my sword into him, and if he does not move, he is certainly dead." And Rémy was preparing for this charitable action, when suddenly the eyes opened again. Rémy started back, and the perspiration rolled off his forehead as he murmured, "He is not dead. We are in a nice position. Yes, but if I kill him, he will be dead." And he looked at Monsoreau, who seemed also to be looking at him earnestly. "Oh!" cried Rémy, "I cannot do it. God knows that if he were upright before me, I would kill him with all my heart; but as he is now, helpless and 3 parts dead, it would be an infamy." "Help!" murmured Monsoreau, "I am dying." "Mordieu!" thought Rémy, "my position is embarrassing. I am a doctor, and as such bound to succor my fellow creatures when they suffer. It is true that Monsoreau is so ugly that he can scarcely be called a fellow creature. Still, he is a man. Come, I must forget that I am the friend of M. de Bussy, and do my duty as a doctor." "Help!" repeated the wounded man. "Here I am," said Rémy. "Fetch me a priest and a doctor." "The doctor is here, and perhaps he will dispense with the priest." "Rémy!" said Monsoreau,
By what chance?" Remy understood all the question might mean. This was no beaten road, and no one was likely to come without particular business. "Pardieu!" he replied, "a mile or two off I met M. de St. Luc." "Ah! my murderer!" "And he said, 'Remy, go to the old copse; there you will find a man dead.'" "Dead?" "Yes, he thought so. Well, I came here and saw you." "And tell me now, frankly, am I mortally wounded?" "I will try to find out." Remy approached him carefully, took off his cloak, his doublet, and shirt. The sword had penetrated between the sixth and seventh ribs. "Do you suffer much?" "In my back, not in my chest."
"Ah, let me see. Where?"
"Below the shoulder bone."
"The steel must have come against a bone," and he began to examine. "No, I am wrong," said he, "the sword came against nothing, but passed right through." Monsoreau fainted after this examination. "Ah, that is all right," said Remy. "Syncope, low pulse, cold in the hands and legs. Diable! the widowhood of Madame de Monsoreau will not last long, I fear." At this moment a slight bloody foam rose to the lips of the wounded man. Remy drew from his pocket his lancet case, then tearing off a strip from the patient's shirt, bound it round his arm. "We shall see," said he, "if the blood flows. Ah, it does, and I believe that Madame de Monsoreau will not be a widow. Pardon, my dear M. Bussy, but I am a doctor." Presently the patient breathed and opened his eyes.
"Oh!" stammered he, "I thought all was over."
"Not yet, my dear monsieur; it is even possible—"
"That I live?"
"Oh, mon Dieu, yes; but let me close the wound. Stop, do not move. Nature at this moment is aiding my work. I will make the blood flow, and she stops it. Ah, nature is a great doctor, my dear sir. Let me wipe your lips. See, the bleeding has stopped already. Good, all goes well, or rather badly."
"Badly?"
"No, not for you, but I know what I mean."
"You think I shall get well?"
"Alas, yes."
"You are a singular doctor, Monsieur Remy."
"Never mind, as long as I cure you," said he, rising.
"Do not abandon me," said the count.
"Ah, you talk too much. Diable! I ought to tell him to cry out."
"What do you mean?"
"Never mind, your wound is dressed. Now I will go to the castle and fetch assistance."
"And what must I do meanwhile?"
"Keep quite still, do not stir, breathe lightly, and try not to cough. Where is the nearest house?"
"The Château de Méridor."
"Which is the way to it?" said Remy, affecting ignorance.
"Get over the wall; you will find yourself in the park."
"Very well, I go."
"Thanks, generous man."
"Generous indeed, if you only knew all." He soon arrived at the château, where all the inhabitants were busy looking for the body of the count, for St. Luc had given them a wrong direction. Remy came among them like a thunderbolt, and was so eager to bring them to the rescue that Diana looked at him with surprise. "I thought he was Bussy's friend," murmured she, as Remy disappeared, carrying with him a wheelbarrow, lint, and water. CHAPTER LXVIII. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 69 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXVIII recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 69. How M. le Duc d'Anjou went to Méridor to congratulate Madame de Monsoreau on the death of her husband, and found him there before him.
As soon as the duke left his mother, he hastened to Bussy to know the meaning of all his signs. Bussy, who was reading St. Luc's letter for the 5th time, received the prince with a gracious smile. "How, monseigneur takes the trouble to come to my house and seek me?"
"Yes, mordieu, I want an explanation."
"From me?"
"Yes, from you."
"I listen, monseigneur."
"You tell me to steel myself against the suggestions of my mother, and to sustain the attack valiantly. I do so, and in the hottest of the fight you tell me to surrender."
"I gave you all those charges, monseigneur, because I was ignorant of the object for which your mother came; but now that I see that she has come to promote your highness's honor and glory—"
"How? What do you mean?"
"Doubtless. What does your highness want? To triumph over your enemies, do you not? For I do not believe, as some people say, that you wish to become king of France." The duke looked sullen. "Some might counsel you to it, but believe me, they are your most cruel enemies. Consider for yourself, monseigneur. Have you 100,000 men, 10 millions of livres, alliance with foreigners, and above all, would you turn against your king?"
"My king did not hesitate to turn against me."
"Ah, there you are right. Well, declare yourself, get crowned, take the title of King of France, and if you succeed, I ask no better, I should grow great with you."
"Who speaks of being king?" cried the duke, angrily. "You discuss a question which I have never proposed, even to myself."
"Well, then that is settled. Let them give you a guard and 500,000 livres. Obtain before peace is signed a subsidy from Anjou to carry on the war. Once you have it, you can keep it. So we should have arms and money, and we could do God knows what."
"But once they have me at Paris, they will laugh at me."
"Oh, impossible, monseigneur. Did you not hear what the queen mother offered you?"
"She offered me many things."
"That disquiets you?"
"Yes."
"But among other things, she offered you a company of guards, even if I commanded it."
"Yes, she offered that."
"Well, accept. I will be captain, Antragues and Livarot lieutenants, and Ribeirac ensign. Let us get up your company for you, and see if they dare to laugh at you then."
"Ma foi! I believe you are right, Bussy. I will think of it."
"Do so, monseigneur."
"What were you reading so attentively when I came in?"
"Oh, a letter which interests you still more than me. Where the devil were my brains that I did not show it to you?"
"What is it?"
"Sad news, monseigneur. Monsoreau is dead."
"What?" cried the duke, with a surprise which Bussy thought was a joyful one.
"Dead, monseigneur."
"M. de Monsoreau?"
"Mon Dieu, yes. Are we not all mortal?"
"Yes, but so suddenly."
"Ah, but if you are killed?"
"Then he was killed?"
"So it seems, and by St. Luc, with whom he quarreled."
"Oh, that dear St. Luc!"
"I did not think he was one of your highness's friends."
"Oh, he is my brother's, and since we are to be reconciled, his friends are mine. But are you sure?"
"As sure as I can be. Here is a letter from St. Luc announcing it, and I have sent Rémy, my doctor, to present my condolences to the baron."
"Oh, Monsoreau!"
cried the prince, with his malignant smile. "Why, monseigneur, one would say you hated the poor count."
"No, it was you."
"Of course I did. Did he not humiliate me through you?"
"You remember it still."
"But you, monseigneur, whose friend and tool he was."
Well, get my horse saddled, Bussy."
"What for?"
"To go to Méridor. I wish to pay a visit to Madame Monsoreau. I have been projecting one for some time, and I do not know why it has not taken place sooner."
"Now Monsoreau is dead," thought Bussy, I do not care, I will protect Diana. I will go with him and see her." A quarter of an hour after, the prince, Bussy, and 10 gentlemen rode to Méridor, with that pleasure which fine weather, turf, and youth always inspire in men on horseback. The porter at the château came to ask the names of the visitors. "The Duc d'Anjou," replied the prince. The porter blew his horn, and soon windows were opened, and they heard the noise of bolts and bars as the door was unfastened, and the old baron appeared on the threshold, holding in his hand a bunch of keys. Immediately behind him stood a lady.
"Ah, there is the beautiful Diana," cried the duke. "Do you see her, Bussy?"
Diana indeed came out of the house, and behind her came a litter, on which lay Monsoreau, his eyes shining with fever and jealousy as he was carried along.
"What does this mean?"
cried the duke to his companion, who had turned whiter than the handkerchief with which he was trying to hide his emotion. "Long live the Duc d'Anjou!" cried Monsoreau, raising his hand in the air by a violent effort. "Take care, you will hurt yourself," said a voice behind him. It was Rémy. Surprise does not last long at court, so, with a smile, the duke said,
"Oh, my dear count, what a happy surprise! Do you know we heard you were dead?"
"Come near, monseigneur, and let me kiss your hand. Thank God, not only am I not dead, but I shall live. I hope to serve you with more ardor than ever." As for Bussy, he felt stunned, and scarcely dared to look at Diana. This treasure, twice lost to him, belonged still to his rival. "And you, Monsieur de Bussy," said Monsoreau, "receive my thanks, for it is almost to you that I owe my life." "To me?" stammered the young man, who thought the count was mocking him. "Yes, indirectly, it is true, for here is my savior," said he, turning to Rémy, who would willingly have sunk into the earth. Then, in spite of his signs, which he took for precautions to himself, he recounted the care and skill which the young doctor had exhibited towards him. The duke frowned, and Bussy looked thunders. The poor fellow raised his hands to heaven. "I hear," continued the count, "that Rémy one day found you dying as he found me. It is a tie of friendship between us, Monsieur de Bussy, and when Monsoreau loves, he loves well. It is true that when he hates, it is also with all his heart." "Come, then," said the duke, getting off his horse, "deign, beautiful Diana, to do us the honors of the house, which we thought to find in grief, but which we find still the abode of joy. As for you, Monsoreau, rest, you require it." "Monseigneur," said the count, "it shall never be said that Monsoreau, while he lived, allowed another to do the honors of his house to you. My servants will carry me, and wherever you go, I shall follow." Bussy approached Diana, and Monsoreau smiled. He took her hand, and he smiled again. It was only the duke he feared.
"Here is a great change, Monsieur le Comte," said Diana.
"Alas, why is it not greater?" Chapter 69. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 70 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 70. The inconvenience of large litters and narrow doors. Bussy did not quit Diana. The smiles of Monsoreau gave him a liberty which he was only too glad to make use of. "Madame," said he to Diana, "I am in truth the most miserable of men. On the news of his death, I advised the prince to return to Paris, and to come to terms with his mother. He did so, and now you remain in Anjou."
"Oh, Louis," replied she, "we dare not say that we are unhappy. So many happy days, so many joys. Do you forget them all?"
"I forget nothing, madame. On the contrary, I remember but too much, and that is why I suffer as I do at losing this happiness. What shall I do if I return to Paris 100 leagues from you? My heart sinks at the thought, Diana." Diana looked at him, and saw so much grief in his eyes that she said,
"Well, if you go to Paris, I will go also."
"How? Will you quit Monsieur de Monsoreau?"
"No, he would not allow me to do so. He must come with us."
"Wounded, ill as he is? Impossible."
"He will come, I tell you."
And leaving Bussy, she went to the prince. The count frowned dreadfully.
"Monseigneur," said she, "they say your highness is fond of flowers. If you will come with me, I will show you the most beautiful in Anjou."
The duke offered her his hand. "Where are you about to take monseigneur?" asked Monsoreau uneasily.
"Into the greenhouse."
"Ah, well, carry me there." "Ma foi," thought Rémy, "I was right not to kill him, for he will soon kill himself." Diana smiled on Bussy, and said to him in a low voice,
"Do not let M. de Monsoreau suspect that you are about to leave Anjou, and I will manage all."
"Good," said Bussy, and approaching the prince, he whispered, "Do not let Monsoreau know that we intend to make peace."
"Why not?"
"Because he might tell the queen mother to make a friend of her."
"You suspect him, then?"
"Yes, I do."
"Well, so do I. I believe he only counterfeited death to deceive us."
"No, he really received a sword thrust through his body, and but for that fool of Rémy, he would have died. I believe his soul must be glued to his body." They arrived at the conservatory, and Diana continued to smile charmingly on the prince. He passed first, then Diana, and Monsoreau wished to follow, but it was impossible. His litter was too large to go through the door. At this sight he uttered a groan. Diana went on quietly without looking at him, but Bussy, who understood her, said to him, "It is useless to try, M. le Comte, your litter will not pass." "Monseigneur," cried Monsoreau, "do not go into that conservatory. Some of the flowers exhale dangerous perfumes." Then he fainted, and was carried to his room. Bussy went to tell Diana what had happened, and she left the duke to go to the castle. "Have we succeeded?" said Bussy to her as she passed.
"I hope so. Do not go away without having seen Gertrude."
When Monsoreau opened his eyes again, he saw Diana standing at his bedside. "Ah, it is you, madame," said he. "Tonight we leave for Paris." Rémy cried out in horror, but Monsoreau paid no attention.
"Can you think of such a thing, with your wound?" said Diana quietly.
"Madame, I would rather die than suffer, and were I to die on the road, we start tonight."
"As you please, monsieur."
"Then make your preparations."
"My preparations are soon made, but may I ask the reason of this sudden determination?"
"I will tell you, madame, when you have no more flowers to show to the prince, and when my doors are large enough to admit litters." Diana bowed. "But, madame," said Rémy.
"Monsieur le Comte wishes it," replied she, "and my duty is to obey." And she left the room. As the duke was making his adieux to the Baron de Méridor, Gertrude appeared, and said aloud to the duke that her mistress regretted that she could not have the honor of saying farewell to his highness, and softly to Bussy that Diana would set off for Paris that evening. As they went home again, the duke felt unwilling to leave Anjou now that Diana smiled on him, therefore he said, "I have been reflecting, Bussy," said he.
"On what, monseigneur?"
"That it is not wise to give in at once to my mother."
"You are right, she thinks herself clever enough without that."
"But by dragging it on for a week, and giving fêtes, and calling the liability around us, she will see how strong we are."
"Well reasoned, but still "
"I will stay here a week. Depend upon it, I shall draw new concessions from the queen." Bussy appeared to reflect.
"Well, monseigneur," said he, "perhaps you are right, but the king, not knowing your intentions, may become annoyed; he is very irascible."
"You are right, but I shall send some one to the king to announce my return in a week."
"Yes, but that some one will run great risks."
"If I change my mind, you mean?"
"Yes, and in spite of your promise, you would do so if you thought it your interest."
"Perhaps."
"Then they will send your messenger to the Bastile."
"I will give him a letter, and not let him know what he is carrying."
"On the contrary, give him no letter, and let him know."
"Then no one will go."
"Oh, I know someone."
"Who?"
"I, myself."
"You?"
"Yes, I like difficult negotiations."
"Bussy, my dear Bussy, if you will do that, I shall be eternally grateful."
Bussy smiled; the duke thought he hesitated.
"And I will give you 10,000 crowns for your journey," added he.
"Thanks, monseigneur, but these things cannot be paid for."
"Then you will go?"
"Yes."
"When?"
"Whenever you like."
"The sooner the better."
"This evening, if you wish it."
"Dear Bussy."
"You know I would do anything for your highness. I will go to night. You stay here, and enjoy yourself, and get me something good from the queen mother."
"I will not forget it."
Bussy then prepared to depart as soon as the signal arrived from Méridor. It did not come till the next morning, for the count had felt himself so feeble that he had been forced to take a night's rest. But early in the morning a messenger came to announce to Bussy that the count had set off for Paris in a litter, followed on horseback by Rémy, Diana, and Gertrude. Bussy jumped on his horse and took the same road. End of chapter 70. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 71 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 71. What temper the king was in when St. Luc reappeared at the Louvre. Since the departure of Catherine, Henry, however, confident in his ambassador, had thought only of arming himself against the attacks of his brother. He amused, or rather ennuyed himself by drawing up long lists of proscriptions, in which were inscribed in alphabetical order all who had not shown themselves zealous for his cause. The list became longer every day, and at the S and the L, that is to say, twice over, was inscribed the name of M. de St. Luc. Chicot, in the midst of all this, was little by little, and man by man, enrolling an army for his master. One evening Chicot entered the room where the king sat at supper. "What is it?" asked the king. "M. de St. Luc." "M. de St. Luc?"
"Yes."
"At Paris?"
"Yes."
"At the Louvre?"
"Yes."
The king rose, red and agitated. "What has he come for, the traitor?"
"Who knows?"
"He comes, I am sure, as deputy from the States of Anjou, as an envoy from my rebellious brother. He makes use of the rebellion as a safe conduct to come here and insult me."
"Who knows?"
"Or perhaps he comes to ask me for his property, of which I have kept back the revenues, which may have been rather an abuse of power, as, after all, he has committed no crime."
"Who knows?"
"Ah! You repeat eternally the same thing. Mort de ma vie! You tire my patience out with your eternal 'who knows.'" "Eh, mordieu! Do you think you are very amusing with your eternal questions?" "At least you might reply something." "And what should I reply? Do you take me for an ancient oracle? It is you who are tiresome with your foolish suppositions." "Monsieur Chicot?" "Monsieur Henry." "Chicot, my friend, you see my grief, and you laugh at me." "Do not have any grief." But everyone betrays me." "Who knows? Ventre de biche, who knows?" Henri went down to his cabinet, where, at the news of his return, a number of gentlemen had assembled, who were looking at St. Luc with evident distrust and animosity. He, however, seemed quite unmoved by this. He had brought his wife with him also, and she was seated, wrapped in her traveling cloak, when the king entered in an excited state. "Ah, monsieur, you here?" he cried. "Yes, sire," replied St. Luc. "Really, your presence at the Louvre surprises me." "Sire, I am only surprised that under the circumstances your majesty did not expect me." "What do you mean, monsieur?" "Sire, your majesty is in danger." "Danger?" cried the courtiers. "Yes, gentlemen, a real serious danger, in which the king has need of the smallest as well as the greatest of those devoted to him. Therefore I come to lay at his feet my humble services." "Ah!" said Chicot, "you see, my son, that I was right to say, 'Who knows?'" Henri did not reply at once. He would not yield immediately. After a pause, he said, "Monsieur, you have only done your duty. Your services are due to us." "The services of all the king's subjects are due to him, I know, sire; but in these times many people forget to pay their debts. I, sire, come to pay mine, happy that your majesty will receive me among the number of your creditors." "Then," said Henri, in a softer tone, "you return without any other motive than that which you state, without any mission or safe conduct." "Sire, I return simply and purely for that reason. Now your majesty may throw me into the Bastile or have me shot, but I shall have done my duty. Sire, Anjou is on fire, Touraine is about to revolt, Guyenne is rising. M. le Duc d'Anjou is hard at work." "He is well supported, is he not?" "Sire, M. de Bussy, firm as he is, cannot make your brother brave." "Ha! He trembles then, the rebel." "Let me go and shake St. Luc's hand," said Chicot, advancing. The king followed him, and going up to his old favorite, and laying his hand on his shoulder, said, "You are welcome, St. Luc." "Ah, sire," cried St. Luc, kissing the king's hand, "I find again my beloved master." "Yes, but you, my poor St. Luc, you have grown thin."
"It is with grief at having displeased your majesty," said a feminine voice.
Now, although the voice was soft and respectful, Henri frowned, for it was as distasteful to him as the noise of thunder was to Augustus. "Madame de St. Luc," said he. "Ah, I forgot." Jeanne threw herself at his feet. "Rise, madame," said he, "I love all that bear the name of St. Luc." Jeanne took his hand and kissed it, but he withdrew it quickly. "You must convert the king," said Chicot to the young woman; "you are pretty enough for it." But Henri turned his back to her, and passing his arm round St. Luc's neck, said, "Then we have made peace, St. Luc?" "Say rather, sire, that the pardon is granted." "Madame," said Chicot, "a good wife should not leave her husband," and he pushed her after the king and St. Luc. CHAPTER 71. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 72 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 72, in which we meet two important personages whom we have lost sight of for some time. There are two of the personages mentioned in this story about whom the reader has the right to ask for information. We mean an enormous monk, with thick eyebrows and large lips, whose neck was diminishing every day, and a large donkey whose sides were gradually swelling out like a balloon. The monk resembled a hogshead, and the ass was like a child's cradle supported by 4 posts. The one inhabited a cell at St. Geneviève, and the other the stable at the same convent. The one was called Gorenflot, and the other Panurge. Both were enjoying the most prosperous lot that ever fell to a monk and an ass. The monks surrounded their illustrious brother with cares and attentions, and Panurge fared well for his master's sake. If a missionary arrived from foreign countries, or a secret legate from the Pope, they pointed out to him Brother Gorenflot, that double model of the church, preaching and militant. They showed Gorenflot in all his glory, that is to say, in the midst of a feast, seated at a table in which a hollow had been cut on purpose for his sacred stomach. And they related, with a noble pride, that Gorenflot consumed the rations of 8 ordinary monks. And when the newcomer had piously contemplated this spectacle, the prior would say, "See how he eats! And if you had but heard his sermon, one famous night in which he offered to devote himself for the triumph of the faith. It is a mouth which speaks like that of Saint Chrysostom, and swallows like that of Gargantua." Every time that anyone spoke of the sermon, Gorenflot sighed and said, "What a pity I did not write it." "A man like you has no need to write," the prior would reply. "No, you speak from inspiration. You open your mouth, and the words of God flow from your lips." "Do you think so?" sighed Gorenflot. However, Gorenflot was not perfectly happy. He who at first thought his banishment from the convent an immense misfortune, discovered in his exile infinite joys before unknown to him. He sighed for liberty, liberty with Chicot, the joyous companion, with Chicot, whom he loved without knowing why. Since his return to the convent, he had never been allowed to go out. He never attempted to combat this decision, but he grew sadder from day to day. The prior saw this, and at last said to him, "My dear brother, no one can fight against his vocation. Yours is to fight for the faith. Go then, fulfill your mission, only watch well over your precious life, and return for the great day." "What great day?" "That of the Fête Dieu." "Ita," replied Gorenflot. It was the only Latin word he knew, and used it on all occasions. "But give me some money to bestow in alms in a Christian manner." "You have your text, have you not, dear brother?" "Yes, certainly." "Confide it to me." "Willingly, but to you alone. It is this: the flail which threshes the corn." "Oh, magnificent! Sublime!" cried the prior. "Now, my father, am I free?" "Yes, my son, go and walk in the way of the Lord." Gorenflot saddled Panurge, mounted him with the aid of 2 vigorous monks, and left the convent about 7 in the evening. It was the same day on which St. Luc arrived at Paris from Méridor. Gorenflot, having passed through the Rue St. Etienne, was going to have turned to the right, when suddenly Panurge stopped, and a strong hand was laid on his croup. "Who is there?" cried Gorenflot in terror. "A friend." Gorenflot tried to turn, but he could not. "What do you want?" said he. "Will the venerable brother show me the way to the Corne d'Abondance?" "Morbleu, it is Monsieur Chicot!" cried Gorenflot, joyfully. "Just so. I was going to seek you at the convent, when I saw you come out, and followed you until you were alone. Ventre de biche, how thin you are!" "But what are you carrying, Monsieur Chicot?" said the monk. "You appear laden." "It is some venison which I have stolen from the king." "Dear Monsieur Chicot, and under the other arm?" "A bottle of Cyprus wine sent by a king to my king." "Let me see." "It is my wine, and I love it much. Do not you, brother?" "Oh, oh!" cried Gorenflot, raising his eyes and hands to heaven, and beginning to sing in a voice which shook the neighboring windows. It was the first time he had sung for a month. End of chapter 72. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 73 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 73. Diana's second journey to Paris. Let us leave the 2 friends entering the Corne d'Abondance, and return to the litter of M. Monsoreau and to Bussy, who set out with the intention of following them. Not only is it not difficult for a cavalier well mounted to overtake foot travelers, but it is difficult not to pass them. This happened to Bussy. It was the end of May, the heat was great, and about noon M. de Monsoreau wished to make a halt in a little wood, which was near the road, and as they had a horse laden with provisions, they remained there until the great heat of the day had gone by. During this time Bussy passed them, but he had not traveled, as we may imagine, without inquiring if a party on horseback and a litter carried by peasants had been seen. Until he had passed the village of Durtal, he had obtained the most satisfactory information, and convinced that they were before him, had ridden on quickly, but he could see nothing of them, and suddenly all traces of them vanished, and on arriving at La Flèche, he felt certain he must have passed them on the road. Then he remembered the little wood, and doubted not that they had been resting there when he passed. He installed himself at a little inn, which had the advantage of being opposite the principal hotel, where he doubted not that Monsoreau would stop, and he remained at the window watching. About 4 o'clock he saw a courier arrive, and half an hour afterwards the whole party. He waited till 9 o'clock, and then he saw the courier set out again, and after him the litter, then Diana, Rémy, and Gertrude on horseback. He mounted his horse and followed them, keeping them in sight. Monsoreau scarcely allowed Diana to move from his side, but kept calling her every instant. After a little while Bussy gave a long shrill whistle, with which he had been in the habit of calling his servants at the hotel. Rémy recognized it in a moment. Diana started and looked at the young man, who made an affirmative sign. Then he came up to her and whispered, "It is he." "Who is speaking to you, madame?" said Monsoreau.
"To me, monsieur."
"Yes, I saw a shadow pass close to you, and heard a voice."
"It is Monsieur Rémy. Are you also jealous of him?"
"No, but I like people to speak out. It amuses me."
"There are some things which cannot be said aloud before Monsieur le Comte, however," said Gertrude, coming to the rescue.
"Why not?"
"For two reasons. Firstly, because some would not interest you, and some would interest you too much."
"And of which kind is what Monsieur Rémy has just whispered?"
"Of the latter."
"What did Rémy say to you, madame?" "I said, Monsieur le Comte, that if you excite yourself so much, you will be dead before we have gone a third of the way." Monsoreau grew deadly pale. "He is expecting you behind," whispered Rémy again. "Ride slowly, and he will overtake you." Monsoreau, who heard a murmur, tried to rise and look back after Diana. "Another movement like that, Monsieur le Comte, and you will bring on the bleeding again," said Rémy. Diana turned and rode back a little way, while Rémy walked by the litter to occupy the count. A few seconds after, Bussy was by her side. "You see I follow you," said he, after their first embrace.
"Oh, I shall be happy, if I know you are always so near to me."
"But by day he will see us."
"No, by day you can ride afar off. It is only I who will see you, Louis, from the summit of some hill, at the turn of some road, your plume waving, your handkerchief fluttering in the breeze, would speak to me in your name, and tell me that you love me."
"Speak on, my beloved Diana. You do not know what music I find in your voice."
"And when we travel by night, which we shall often do, for Rémy has told him that the freshness of the evening is good for his wounds, then, as this evening, from time to time, I will stay behind, and we will tell each other, with a rapid pressure of the hands, all our thoughts of each other during the day."
"Oh, I love you," murmured Bussy. "Oh, to see you, to press your hand, Diana." Suddenly they heard a voice which made them both tremble, Diana with fear, and Bussy with anger. "Diana," it cried, "where are you? Answer me."
"Oh, it is he. I had forgotten him," said Diana. "Sweet dream, frightful awaking."
"Listen, Diana, we are together. Say one word, and nothing can separate us more. Diana, let us fly. What prevents us? Before us is happiness and liberty. One word, and we go. One word, and lost to him, you belong to me forever."
"And my father?"
"When he shall know how I love you."
Oh, a father!
I will do nothing by violence, dear Diana. Order, and I obey.
It is our destiny, Bussy, but be strong, and you shall see if I know how to love.
Must we then separate? Comtesse, cried the voice, reply, or if I kill myself in doing it, I will jump from this infernal litter.
Adieu, Bussy. He will do as he says.
You pity him?
Jealous, said Diana with an adorable smile.
Bussy let her go. In a minute she was by the litter, and found the count half fainting. Ah, cried he, where were you, madame?
Where should I have been? Behind you.
At my side, madame. Do not leave me again. From time to time this scene was renewed. They all hoped he would die with rage, but he did not die. On the contrary, at the end of 10 days, when they arrived at Paris, he was decidedly better. During those 10 days, Diana had conquered all Bussy's pride, and had persuaded him to come and visit Monsoreau, who always showed him much friendship. Remy watched the husband, and gave notes to the wife. "Aesculapius and Mercury," said he, "my functions accumulate." Chapter 73. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 74 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 74. How the ambassador of the Duc d'Anjou arrived at the Louvre, and the reception he met with. As neither Catherine nor the Duc d'Anjou reappeared at the Louvre, the dissension between the brothers became apparently every day more and more certain. The king thought, "No news, bad news." The minions added, "François, badly counseled, has detained the queen mother." Badly counseled. In these words were comprised all the policy of this singular reign, and the 3 preceding ones. Badly counseled was Charles IX., when he authorized the massacre of St. Bartholomew. Badly counseled was François II., when he ordered the massacre at Amboise. Badly counseled had been Henry II., when he burned so many heretics and conspirators. And now they dared not say, "Your brother has the family blood in his veins, he wishes, like the rest, to dethrone or poison. He would do to you what you did to your elder brother, what your elder brother did to his, what your mother has taught you to do to one another." Therefore they said, "Your brother is badly counseled." Now, as only one person was able to counsel François, it was against Bussy that the cry was raised, which became every day more and more furious. At last the news was spread that the duke had sent an ambassador. At this the king grew pale with anger, and the minions swore that he should be cut to pieces, and a piece sent to all the provinces of France as a specimen of the king's anger. Chicot said nothing, but he reflected. Now the king thought much of Chicot's reflections, and he questioned him about them. "Sire," replied he, "if your brother sends an ambassador, it is because he feels himself strong enough to do so, he who is prudence itself. Now, if he is strong, we must temporize with him. Let us respect his ambassador, and receive him with civility. That engages you to nothing. Do you remember how your brother embraced Admiral Coligny, who came as ambassador from the Huguenots?" "Then you approve of the policy of my brother Charles?" "Not so, but I cite a fact, and I say to you, do not hurt a poor devil of a herald or ambassador. Perhaps we may find the way to seize the master, the mover, the chief, the great Duc d'Anjou, with the 3 Guises, and if you can shut them up in a place safer than the Louvre, do it." "That is not so bad." "Then why do you let all your friends bellow so?" "Bellow?" "Yes, I would say roar if they could be taken for lions, but they are more like bearded apes." "Chicot, they are my friends." "Friends? I would lay any bet to make them all turn against you before tomorrow." "Well, what do you advise?" "To wait, my son. Half the wisdom of Solomon lies in that word. If an ambassador arrive, receive him courteously, and as to your brother, kill him if you can and like, but do not degrade him. He is a great knave, but he is a Valois. Besides, he can do that well enough for himself." "It is true, Chicot. One more lesson that you owe me. Now let me sleep, Henri. For the last week I have been engaged in fuddling a monk." "A monk? The one of whom you have already spoken to me?" "Just so. You promised him an abbey." "I?" "Pardieu! It is the least you can do for him after all he has done for you." "He is then still devoted to me?" "He adores you. Apropos, my son." "What?" "In 3 weeks it will be the Fête Dieu." "Well?" "Are we to have some pretty little procession?" "I am the most Christian king, and it is my duty to set an example to my subjects." "And you will, as usual, stop at the 4 great convents of Paris?" "Yes." "And at St. Geneviève?" "Yes, that is the second I stop at." "Good." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, nothing, I was curious. Now I know all I want, so good night, Henri." But just as Chicot prepared to leave, a great noise was heard. "What is that noise?" said the king. "It is ordained that I am not to sleep. Henri, you must get me a room in the town, or I must leave your service. The Louvre becomes insupportable." At this moment the captain of the guards entered, saying, "Sire, it is an envoy from M. le Duc d'Anjou." "With a suite?" "No, sire, alone." "Then you must receive him doubly well, Henri, for he is a brave fellow." "Well," said the king, very pale, but trying to look calm, "let all my court assemble in the great hall." CHAPter 74. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 75 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 75, which is only the end of the preceding one. Henri sat on his throne in the great hall, and around him was grouped an eager crowd. He looked pale and frowning. "Sire," said Quelus to the king, "do you know the name of the ambassador?" "No, but what does it matter?" "Sire, it is M. de Bussy. The insult is doubled." "I see no insult," said the king, with affected sang-froid. "Let him enter," continued he. Bussy, with his hat in his hand, and his head erect, advanced straight to the king, and waited, with his usual look of pride, to be interrogated. "You here, M. de Bussy?" said the king. "I thought you were in Anjou." "Sire, I was, but you see I have quitted it." "And what brings you here?" "The desire of presenting my humble respects to your majesty." The king and courtiers looked astonished; they expected a different answer. "And nothing else?" said the king. "I will add, sire, the orders I received from the Duc d'Anjou to join his respects to mine." "And the duke said nothing else?" "Only that he was on the point of returning with the queen mother, and wished me to apprise your majesty of the return of one of your most faithful subjects." The king was choked with surprise. "Good morning, M. de Bussy," said Chicot. Bussy turned, astonished to find a friend in that place. "Good day, M. Chicot, I am delighted to see you." "Is that all you have to say, M. de Bussy?" asked the king. "Yes, sire, anything that remains to be said will be said by the duke himself." The king rose and went away, and Bussy continued to converse with Chicot, until the king called to him. As soon as Bussy was alone, Quelus approached him. "Good morning, M. Quelus," said Bussy, graciously. "May I have the honor of asking how you are?" "Very bad." "Oh, mon Dieu! What is the matter?" "Something annoys me infinitely." "Something! and are you not powerful enough to get rid of it?" "It is not something, but someone that Monsieur Quelus means," said Maugiron, advancing. "And whom I advise him to get rid of," said Schomberg, coming forward on the other side. "Ah, Monsieur de Schomberg, I did not recognize you." "Perhaps not. Is my face still blue?" "No, sir, you are very pale. Are you not well?" "Yes, it is with anger." "Oh, then you have also someone who annoys you?" "Yes, monsieur." "And I also," said Maugiron. "Really, gentlemen, you all look very gloomy." "You forget me," said D'Epernon, planting himself before Bussy. "Pardon me, Monsieur d'Epernon, you were behind the others as usual, and I have so little the pleasure of knowing you that it was not for me to speak first." It was strange to see Bussy smiling and calm among those four furious faces, whose eyes spoke with so terrible an eloquence, that he must have been blind or stupid not to have understood their language. But Bussy never lost his smile. "It seems to me that there is an echo in this room," said he quietly. "Look, gentlemen," said Quelus, "how provincial M. de Bussy has become. He has a beard, and no knot to his sword. He has black boots, and a gray hat." "It is an observation that I was just making to myself, dear sir. Seeing you so well dressed, I said to myself, 'How much harm a few weeks' absence does to a man.' Here I am, Louis de Clermont, forced to take a little Gascon gentleman as a model of taste. But let me pass. You are so near to me that you tread on my feet, and I feel it in spite of my boots." And turning away, he advanced towards St. Luc, whom he saw approaching. "Incredible!" cried all the young men. "We insulted him, he took no notice." "There is something in it," said Quelus. "Well," said the king, advancing, "what were you and M. de Bussy saying?" "Do you wish to know what M. de Bussy said, sire?" "Yes, I am curious." "Well, I trod on his foot and insulted him, and he said nothing." "What, gentlemen?" cried Henri, feigning anger, "you dared to insult a gentleman in the Louvre?" "Alas! yes, sire, and he said nothing." "Well, I am going to the queen." As the king went out of the great door, St. Luc re-entered by a side one, and advanced towards the four gentlemen. "Pardon, M. Quelus," said he, "but do you still live in the Rue St. Honoré?" "Yes, my dear friend, why do you ask?" "I have two words to say to you." "Ah! and you, M. de Schomberg?" "Rue Bethisy," said Schomberg, astonished. "D'Epernon's address I know." "Rue de Grenelle." "You are my neighbor. And you, Maugiron?" "Near the Louvre, but I begin to understand you come from M. de Bussy." "Never mind from whom I come. I have to speak to you all, that is all." "To all four of us?" "Yes." "Then if you cannot speak here, let us all go to Schomberg's, it is close by." "So be it." And the five gentlemen went out of the Louvre arm in arm. CHAPTER LXXV. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 76 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 76. How M. de St. Luc acquitted himself of the commission given to him by Bussy. Let us leave St. Luc a little while in Schomberg's room, and see what had passed between him and Bussy. Once out of the hall, St. Luc had stopped and looked anxiously at his friend. "Are you ill?" said he. "You are so pale, you look as though you were about to faint." "Oh, no, I am only choking with anger." "You do not surely mind those fellows?" "You shall see." "Come, Bussy, be calm." "You are charming, really; be calm indeed. If you had had half said to you that I have had, someone would have been dead before this."
"Well, what do you want?"
"You are my friend, you have already given me a terrible proof of it."
"Ah, my dear friend," said St. Luc, who believed Monsoreau dead and buried,
"do not thank me, it is not worth while. Certainly the thrust was a good one, and succeeded admirably, but it was the king who showed it to me, when he kept me here a prisoner at the Louvre." "Dear friend."
"Never mind Monsoreau. Tell me about Diana. Was she pleased at last? Does she pardon me? Will the wedding take place?"
"Oh, my dear friend, we must wait till Monsoreau is dead."
"What?"
cried St. Luc, starting back, as though he had put his foot on a pointed nail. "Yes, poppies are not such dangerous plants as you thought. He did not die from his fall on them, but is alive and more furious than ever."
"Really?"
"Yes, and he talks of nothing but vengeance, and of killing you on the first occasion."
"And I have announced his death to everyone. He will find his heirs in mourning. But he shall not give me the lie. I shall meet him again, and if he escapes me a second time—"
"Calm yourself, my dear St. Luc. Really, I am better off than you would think. It is the duke whom he suspects, and of whom he is jealous. I am his dear Bussy, his precious friend. That is only natural, for it was that fool of a Remy who cured him."
"What an idiot he must have been!"
"He has an idea that, as an honest man and a doctor, it is his duty to cure people. However, Monsoreau says he owes his life to me, and confides his wife to my care."
"Ah, I understand that this makes you wait more patiently for his death. However, I am quite thunderstruck at the news."
"But now, my friend, let us leave Monsoreau."
"Yes, let us enjoy life while he is still ill. But once he is well, I shall order myself a suit of mail, have new locks put on my doors, and you must ask the Duc d'Anjou if his mother has not given him some antidote against poison. Meanwhile, let us amuse ourselves."
"Well, my dear friend, you see you have only rendered me half a service."
"Do you wish me to finish it?"
"Yes, in another way."
"Speak."
"Are you great friends with those four gentlemen?"
"Ma foi, we are something like cats and dogs in the sun, as long as we get the heat, but we agree. But if one of us took the warmth from another, then I do not answer for the consequences."
"Well, will you go for me to M. Quelus first?"
"Ah?"
"And ask him what day it will please him that I should cut his throat, or he mine."
"I will."
"You do not mind it?"
"Not the least in the world. I will go at once if you wish."
"One moment. As you go, just call on Monsieur Schomberg, and make him the same proposal."
"Schomberg too? Diable! How you go on. Well, as you wish."
"Then, my dear St. Luc, as you are so amiable, go also to M. Maugiron, and ask him to join the party."
"What, 3? Bussy, you cannot mean it. I hope that is all."
"No, from him go to D'Epernon."
4?
"Even so, my dear friend, I need not recommend to a man like you to proceed with courtesy and politeness towards the gentlemen. Let the thing be done in gallant fashion."
"You shall be content, my friend. What are your conditions?"
"I make none, I accept theirs."
"Your arms?"
"What they like."
"The day, place, and hour?"
"Whatever suits them."
"But—"
"Oh, never mind such trifles, but do it quickly. I will walk in the little garden of the Luxembourg. You will find me there when you have executed your commission."
"You will wait, then?"
"Yes."
"It may be long."
"I have time."
We know how St. Luc found the four young men, and accompanied them to Schomberg's house. St. Luc remained in the antechamber, waiting until, according to the etiquette of the day, the four young men were installed in the saloon, ready to receive him. Then an usher came and saluted St. Luc, who followed him to the threshold of the saloon, where he announced M. d'Espinay de St. Luc. Schomberg then rose and saluted his visitor, who, to mark the character of the visit, instead of returning it, put on his hat. Schomberg then, turning towards Quelus, said,
I have the honor to present to you Monsieur Jacques de Levis, Comte de Quelus." The two gentlemen bowed, and then the same ceremony was gone through with the others. This done, the four friends sat down, but St. Luc remained standing, and said to Quelus, "Monsieur le Comte, you have insulted Monsieur le Comte Louis de Clermont Amboise, Seigneur de Bussy, who presents to you his compliments, and calls you to single combat on any day and hour, and with such arms as may please you. Do you accept?" "Certainly, Monsieur de Bussy does me much honor."
"Your day and hour, Monsieur le Comte?"
"Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock."
"Your arms?"
"Rapier and dagger, if that suits Monsieur de Bussy." St. Luc bowed. Then he addressed the same questions to the others, and received the same answers. "If we all choose the same day and hour, Monsieur de Bussy will be rather embarrassed," said Schomberg. "Certainly," replied St. Luc, "Monsieur de Bussy may be embarrassed, but he says that the circumstance would not be new to him, as it has already happened at the Tournelle." "And he would fight us all four?"
"All four."
"Separately?"
"Separately or at once."
The four young men looked at each other, then Quelus, red with anger, said, "It is very fine of Monsieur de Bussy, but however little we may be worth, we can each do our own work. We will accept, therefore, the count's proposal, fighting separately, or rather, which will be still better, as we do not seek to assassinate a gallant man. Chance shall decide which of us shall fight Monsieur de Bussy."
"And the three others?"
"Oh! Monsieur de Bussy has too many friends, and we too many enemies, for them to remain with folded arms. Do you agree to this, gentlemen?"
"Yes," cried all.
"If Messieurs Ribeirac, Antragues, and Livarot will join the party, it would be complete." "Gentlemen," said St. Luc, "I will transmit your desires to Monsieur de Bussy, and I believe I may promise that he is too courteous not to agree with your wishes. It is therefore only remains for me to thank you in his name." Then he took his leave, after throwing his purse to the four lackeys, whom he found outside to drink to their masters' healths. End of Chapter 76. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 77 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 77. In what respect M. de St. Luc was more civilized than M. de Bussy, the lessons which he gave him, and the use which M. de Bussy made of them. St. Luc returned, proud of having executed his commission so well. Bussy thanked him, but looked sad, which was not natural to him.
"Have I done badly?" said St. Luc.
"Ma foi, my dear friend, I only regret you did not say at once."
"Why? What is the hurry?"
"I wish to die as soon as possible."
St. Luc looked at him in astonishment.
"Die? At your age? With your name? And Diana?" "Yes, I shall kill them, I know, but I shall receive some good blows, which will tranquilize me forever."
"What black ideas, Bussy!"
"A husband whom I thought dead, and who has returned to life. A wife who can scarcely quit the bedside of the pretended dying man, not to see her, smile on her, touch her hand. Mon Dieu!"
St. Luc interrupted him with a burst of laughter. "Oh!" cried he, "the innocent man! Why, no lover can be more fortunate than you."
"Prove that to me."
"You are the friend of M. de Monsoreau."
"Yes, I am ashamed to say he calls me his friend."
"Well, be his friend."
"Oh, and abuse this title."
"Is he really your friend?"
"He says so."
"No, for he makes you unhappy. Now the end of friendship is to make one another happy, at least so his majesty says, and he is learned in friendship. So, if he makes you unhappy, he is not your friend. Therefore, you may treat him either as a stranger, and take his wife from him, or as an enemy, and kill him if he murmurs."
In fact, I hate him. But do you not think he loves me?" "Diable! Take away his wife and see." "I must continue to be a man of honor." "And let Madame de Monsoreau cure her husband both physically and morally, for it is certain that if you get yourself killed, she will attach herself to the only man who remains to her." Bussy frowned. "But," added St. Luc, "here is my wife. She always gives good advice. She has been picking herself a bouquet in the gardens of the queen mother, and will be in a good humor. Listen to her, she speaks gold." Jeanne arrived radiant, full of happiness and fun. Bussy saluted her in a friendly manner, and she held out her arm to him, saying with a smile, "How go on the love affairs?" "They are dying." "They are wounded and fainting. Perhaps you can restore them, Jeanne." "Let me see. Show me the wound." "In 2 words, this is it. M. de Bussy does not like smiling on M. de Monsoreau, and he thinks of retiring." "And leaving Diana to him?" "Oh, madame, St. Luc does not tell you that I wish to die." "Poor Diana," murmured Jeanne. "Decidedly, men are ungrateful." "Good, this is the conclusion my wife draws." "I ungrateful!" cried Bussy, "because I fear to render my love vile by practicing a disgraceful hypocrisy." "Oh, monsieur, that is only a pretext. If you were really in love, you would fear but one thing, not to be loved in return." "But, madame, there are sacrifices." "Not another word. Confess that you love Diana no longer. It will be more worthy of a gallant man." Bussy grew pale. "You do not dare to tell her. Well, I will." "Madame, madame!" "You are rich, you men, with your sacrifices, and does she make none? What, expose herself to be massacred by that tiger of a Monsoreau, preserve her position only by employing a strength of will of which Samson or Hannibal would have been incapable. Oh, I swear, Diana is sublime. I could not do a quarter of what she does every day." "Thank you," said St. Luc. "And he hesitates," she continues. "He does not fall on his knees and say his mea culpa." "You are right," said Bussy. "I am but a man, that is to say, an imperfect creature, inferior to the most commonplace woman." "It is lucky you are convinced of it." "What do you order me?" "To go at once and pay a visit." "To M. de Monsoreau?" "Who speaks of him? To Diana." "But he never leaves her."
"When you went so often to see Madame de Barbezieux, had she not always near her that great ape who bit you because he was jealous?" Bussy began to laugh, and St. Luc and Jeanne followed his example. "Madame," then said Bussy, "I am going to M. de Monsoreau's house. Adieu." He went there and found the count in bed. He was delighted to see him, and told him that Rémy promised that his wound would be cured in 3 weeks. Bussy recounted to him the commission with which he had been charged, and his visit to the court. "The duke has still projects on foot, has he not?" "I believe so." "Do not compromise yourself for that bad man. I know him. He is perfidious, and will not hesitate to betray you." "I know it." "You are my friend, and I wish to put you on your guard." "You must sleep after the dressing of your wound," said Rémy. "Yes, my dear doctor. My friend, take a turn in the garden with Madame de Monsoreau." "I am at your orders," replied Bussy. CHAPTER LXXVII. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 78 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 78. The precautions of M. de Monsoreau.
St. Luc was right, and Jeanne was right, and Bussy soon acknowledged it. As for Diana, she gave herself up to the two instincts that Figaro recognizes as inborn in mankind, to love and to deceive. M. de Monsoreau grew better and better. He had escaped from fever, thanks to the application of cold water, that new remedy which Providence had discovered to Ambrose Paré, when all at once he received a great shock at hearing of the arrival in Paris of the duke with the queen mother. The day after his arrival, the duke, under the pretext of asking after him, presented himself at his hotel, and it was impossible to close his door against the prince who showed so much interest in him. M. de Monsoreau, therefore, was obliged to receive the prince, who was most amiable to him and to his wife. As soon as he was gone, M. de Monsoreau took Diana's arm, and in spite of Rémy's remonstrances, walked 3 times round his armchair, and from his satisfied air, Diana was sure he was meditating on some project. The next day the duke came again, and this time Monsoreau walked round his room. That evening Diana warned Bussy that her husband had certainly some project in his head. A few minutes after, when Bussy and Monsoreau were alone, "When I think," said Monsoreau, "that this prince who smiles on me is my mortal enemy, and tried to have me assassinated by M. de St. Luc." "Oh, assassinated! Take care, Monsieur le Comte. St. Luc is a gentleman, and you confess yourself that you provoked him, drew the sword first, and received your wound in fair fight." "Certainly, but it is not the less true that he obeyed the wishes of M. d'Anjou." "Listen, I know M. de St. Luc, and I can assure you he is devoted to the king, and hates the duke. If your wound had come from Antragues, Livarot, or Ribeirac, it might be so, but not from St. Luc." "You do not know," replied Monsoreau, obstinate in his opinion. At last he was able to go down into the garden. "That will do," said he. "Now we will move." "Why move?" said Rémy. "The air is good here, and there is plenty of amusement." "Too much. M. d'Anjou fatigues me with his visits, and he always brings with him a crowd of gentlemen, and the noise of their spurs destroys my nerves." "But where are you going?" "I have ordered them to get ready my little house at the Tournelle." Bussy and Diana exchanged a look of loving remembrance. "What, that little place?" cried Rémy, imprudently. "What, do you know it?" "Who does not know the house of the chief huntsman, particularly I, who lived in the Rue Beautrellis?" "Yes, yes, I will go there. It is a fortress, and one can see from the window 300 yards off who is coming to visit you, and avoid them if you like, particularly when you are well." Bussy bit his lips. He feared a time might come when Monsoreau might avoid him. Diana thought of the time when she had seen Bussy in that house, lying fainting on the bed. "You cannot do it," said Rémy. "Why not, if you please, monsieur?" "Because the chief huntsman of France must hold receptions, must keep valets and equipages. Let him have a palace for his dogs if he likes, but not a dog kennel for himself." "It is true, but I am the doctor of the mind as of the body. It is not your residence here that displeases you." "What then?" "That of madame. Therefore send her away." "Separate!" cried Monsoreau, fixing on Diana a look more of anger than love. "Then give up your place, send in your resignation. I believe it would be wise. If you do not do your duty, you will displease the king, and if you do—" "I will do anything but quit the countess," said Monsoreau, with closely shut teeth. As he spoke, they heard in the courtyard a noise of voices and horses' feet. "The duke again!" cried he. "Yes," said Rémy. Immediately after, the prince entered, and Monsoreau saw his first glance given to Diana. He brought to her, as a present, one of those masterpieces of which the artists of that day were in the habit of producing 2 or 3 in the course of a lifetime. It was a poniard with a handle of chased gold. This handle was a smelling bottle, and on the blade a chase was carved with admirable skill. Horses, dogs, trees, game, and hunters mingled together in an harmonious pêle-mêle on this blade of azure and gold. "Let me see," cried Monsoreau, who feared there was a note hidden in the handle. The prince separated the two parts.
"To you, who are a hunter," said he, "I give the blade, to the countess the handle. Good morning, Bussy. You are then a friend of the count's now?"
Diana reddened, but Bussy said, "Your highness forgets that you asked me to inquire after Monsieur de Monsoreau."
"It is true."
The prince sat down and began to talk to Diana. In a few minutes he said,
"Count, it is dreadfully warm in your rooms. I see the countess is stifling. I will give her my arm for a turn in the garden."
The husband looked furious. "Give me an arm," said he to Bussy, and he got up and followed his wife.
"Ah!" said the duke, "it seems you are better."
"Yes, monseigneur, and I hope soon to be able to accompany Madame de Monsoreau wherever she goes."
"Good, but meanwhile, do not fatigue yourself."
Monsoreau was obliged to sit down, and he kept them in view. "Count," said he to Bussy, "will you be amiable enough to escort Madame de Monsoreau this evening to my house at the Tournelle?" "You cannot do that, monsieur," said Rémy. "Why not?" "Because M. d'Anjou would never forgive you if you helped to play him such a trick." Bussy was about to cry, "What do I care?" but a glance from Rémy stopped him. "Rémy is right," said Monsoreau. "It would injure you. Tomorrow I will go myself." "You will lose your place." "It is possible, but I shall keep my wife." The next day they went to the old house. Diana took her old room with the bed of white and gold damask. A corridor only separated it from that of the count. Bussy tore his hair with rage. CHAPTER LXXIX. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 79 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 79. A visit to the house at Les Tournelles. The duke became more and more in love with Diana, as she seemed always to escape him, and with his love for her his hatred of Monsoreau increased. On the other side, he had not renounced his political hopes, but had recommenced his underhand machinations. The moment was favorable, for many wavering conspirators had been encouraged by the kind of triumph which the weakness of the king and the cunning of Catherine had given to the duke. However, he no longer confided his projects to Bussy, and showed him only a hypocritical friendship. He was vaguely uneasy at seeing him at Monsoreau's house, and envious of the confidence that Monsoreau, so suspicious of himself, placed in him. He was frightened also at the joy and happiness which shone in Diana's face. He knew that flowers only bloom in the light of the sun, and women in that of love. She was visibly happy, and this annoyed him. Determined to use his power both for love and vengeance, he thought it would be absurd to be stayed in this purpose by such ridiculous obstacles as the jealousy of a husband and the repugnance of a wife. One day he ordered his equipages, intending to visit Monsoreau. He was told that he had moved to his house in the Rue St. Antoine. "Let us go there," said he to Bussy. Soon the place was in commotion at the arrival of the 24 handsome cavaliers, each with 2 lackeys, who formed the prince's suite. Both Bussy and the prince knew the house well. They both went in, but while the prince entered the room, Bussy remained on the staircase. It resulted from this arrangement that the duke was received by Monsoreau alone, while Bussy was received by Diana, while Gertrude kept watch. Monsoreau, always pale, grew livid at sight of the prince. "Monseigneur here? Really, it is too much honor for my poor house," cried he, with a visible irony. The prince smiled. "Wherever a suffering friend goes, I follow him," replied he. "How are you?" "Oh, much better. I can already walk about, and in a week I shall be quite well." "Was it your doctor who prescribed for you the air of the Bastile?" asked the prince, with the most innocent air possible. "Yes, monseigneur." "Did you not like the Rue de Petit Père?" "No, monseigneur, I had too much company there, they made too much noise."
"But you have no garden here."
"I did not like the garden."
The prince bit his lips. "Do you know, comte," said he, "that many people are asking the king for your place?"
"On what pretext, monseigneur?"
"They say you are dead."
"Monseigneur, you can answer for it that I am not."
"I answer for nothing; you bury yourself as though you were dead." It was Monsoreau's turn to bite his lips.
"Well, then, I must lose my place," said he.
"Really?"
"Yes, there are things I prefer to it."
"You are very disinterested."
"It is my character, monseigneur."
"Then of course you will not mind the king's knowing your character."
"Who will tell him?"
"Diable! If he asks me about you, I must repeat our conversation."
"Ma foi, monseigneur, if all they say in Paris were reported to the king, his 2 ears would not be enough to listen with."
"What do they say at Paris, monsieur?" asked the prince, sharply. Monsoreau tried to calm himself.
"How should a poor invalid as I am know?" said he. "If the king is angry at seeing his work badly done, he is wrong."
"How so?"
"Because doubtless my accident proceeds to some extent from him."
"Explain yourself."
"M. de St. Luc, who wounded me, is a dear friend of the king's. It was the king who taught him the thrust by which he wounded me, and it might have been the king who prompted him."
"You are right, but still the king is the king."
"Until he is no longer."
The duke trembled. "Is not Madame de Monsoreau here?" said he.
"Monseigneur, she is ill, or she would have come to present her respects to you."
"Ill? Poor woman! It must be grief at seeing you suffer."
"Yes, and the fatigue of moving."
"Let us hope it will be a short indisposition. You have so skillful a doctor."
"Yes, that dear Remy."
"Why, he is Bussy's doctor."
"He has lent him to me."
"You are then great friends?"
"He is my best, I might say my only friend."
"Adieu. Come." As the duke raised the tapestry, he fancied he saw the skirt of a dress disappear into the next room, and immediately Bussy appeared at his post in the middle of the corridor. Suspicion grew stronger with the duke. "We are going," said he to Bussy, who ran downstairs without replying, while the duke, left alone, tried to penetrate the corridor where he had seen the silk dress vanish. But turning, he saw that Monsoreau had followed, and was standing at the door. "Your highness mistakes your way," said he. "True," said the duke, "thank you," and he went down with rage in his heart. When he returned, Aurilly glided into his room. "Well," said the duke, "I am baffled by the husband." "And perhaps also by the lover, monseigneur." "What do you say?" "The truth." "Speak, then." "I hope your highness will pardon me; it was in your service." "I pardon you in advance; go on." "After your highness had gone upstairs, I watched under a shed in the courtyard." "Ah! What did you see?" "I saw a woman's dress. I saw this woman lean forward, and then I heard the sound of a long and tender kiss." "But who was the man?" "I cannot recognize arms." "No, but you might gloves." "Indeed, it seemed to me." "That you recognized them?" "It was only a guess." "Never mind." "Well, monseigneur, they looked like the gloves of M. de Bussy." "Buff, embroidered with gold, were they not?" "Yes, monseigneur." "Ah! Bussy! Yes, it was Bussy. Oh, I was blind, and yet not blind, but I could not believe in so much audacity."
But your highness must not believe it too lightly. Might there not have been a man hidden in her room?"
"Yes, doubtless, but Bussy, who was in the corridor, would have seen him."
"That is true."
"And then the gloves."
"Yes, and besides the kiss, I heard—"
"What?"
"3 words, 'till tomorrow evening.'"
"Oh, mon Dieu!"
"So that if you like, we can make sure."
"Aurilly, we will go."
"Your highness knows I am at your orders."
"Oh, Bussy, a traitor! Bussy, the honest man! Bussy, who does not wish me to be king of France."
And the duke, smiling with an infernal joy, dismissed Aurilly. Chapter 79. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 80 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 80. The Watchers. The duke kept Bussy near him all day, so as not to lose sight of his movements. Bussy did not care, so that he had his evenings free. At 10 o'clock he wrapped himself in his cloak, and with a rope ladder under his arm went toward the Bastile. The duke, who did not know that he had a ladder, and could not believe in anyone walking alone at night through the streets of Paris, thought Bussy would certainly call at his hotel for a horse and a servant, and lost 10 minutes in preparations. During those 10 minutes, Bussy, active and in love, had already gone 3/4 of the distance. He was lucky, as brave people generally are, and met with no accident by the way, and on arriving saw a light in the window. It was the signal agreed on between him and Diana. He threw his ladder up to the balcony. It had 6 hooks to it, and was sure to fasten itself somewhere. At the noise, Diana put out her light, and opened the window to fasten a ladder. The thing was done in a moment. Diana looked all around. The streets seemed deserted. Then she signed to Bussy to mount, and he was up in 5 seconds. The moment was happily chosen, for while he got in at the window, M. de Monsoreau, after having listened patiently for a quarter of an hour at his wife's door, descended the stairs painfully, leaning on the arm of a confidential valet, and it so happened that he opened the street door just as the ladder was drawn up and the window closed. He looked around, but the streets were deserted. "You have been badly informed," said he to the servant. "No, monsieur, I just left the Hôtel d'Anjou, and they told me that the duke had ordered 2 horses for this evening, but perhaps it was not to come here." "Where else should he go?" said Monsoreau, with a somber air. He, like all jealous persons, thought the whole world had nothing to do but to torment him. "Perhaps I should have done better to stay in her room," murmured he, "but they probably have signals for corresponding. She would have warned him of my presence, and I should have learned nothing. It is better to watch outside. Come, conduct me to the hiding place, whence you say one can see everything." "Come, monsieur." About 25 steps from the door was an enormous heap of stones, belonging to demolished houses, and serving for fortifications to the children of the neighborhood when they played at battles. In the midst was a space which could contain 2 people. The valet spread a cloak, on which Monsoreau sat down, while his servant sat at his feet, with a loaded musket placed beside him. Diana had prudently drawn her thick curtains, so that scarcely a ray of light showed through to betray that there was life in this gloomy house. They had been watching about 10 minutes, when 2 horses appeared at the end of the street. The valet pointed to them. "I see," said Monsoreau. The 2 men got off their horses, and tied them up at the corner of the Hôtel de Tournelle. "Monseigneur," said Aurilly, "I believe we have arrived too late. He must have gone straight from your hotel, and must have entered." "Perhaps so, but if we do not see him go in, we can see him come out." "Yes, but when?" "When we please." "Would it be too curious to ask you how you mean to manage?" "Nothing is more easy. We have but to knock at the door, and ask after M. de Monsoreau. Our lover will be frightened at the noise, and as you enter the house, he will come out at the window, and I, who am hidden outside, shall see him." "And Monsoreau?"
What can he say? I am his friend, and was uneasy about him, as he looked so ill yesterday. Nothing can be more simple."
"It is very ingenious, monseigneur." "Do you hear what they say?" asked Monsoreau of his valet. "No, monsieur, but we shall soon, for they are coming nearer." "Monseigneur," said Aurilly, "here is a heap of stones which seems made on purpose for us."
"Yes, but wait a minute, perhaps we can see through the opening of the curtain." And they stood for some minutes trying to find a place to peep through. Meanwhile Monsoreau was boiling with impatience, and his hand approached the musket.
"Oh, shall I suffer this?" murmured he. "Shall I devour this affront also? No, my patience is worn out. Mordieu, that I can neither sleep nor wake, nor even suffer quietly, because a shameful caprice has lodged in the idle brain of this miserable prince. No, I am not a complaisant valet, I am the Comte de Monsoreau, and if he comes near, on my word, I will blow his brains out. Light the match, René." At this moment, just as the prince was about to seek his hiding place, leaving his companion to knock at the door, Aurilly touched his arms. "Well, monsieur, what is it?" asked the prince. "Come away, monseigneur, come." "Why so?" "Do you not see something shining there to the left?" "I see a spark among the heap of stones." "It is the match of a musket, or arquebus." "Ah! Who the devil can be in ambush there?" "Some friend or servant of Bussy's. Let us go and make a detour, and return another way. The servant will give the alarm, and we shall see Bussy come out of the window." "You are right. Come." And they went to their horses. "They are going," said the valet. "Yes. Did you recognize them?" "They seemed to me to be the prince and Aurilly." "Just so, but I shall soon be more sure still." "What will monsieur do?" "Come." Meanwhile the duke and Aurilly turned into the Rue St. Catherine, intending to return by the boulevard of the Bastile. Monsoreau went in and ordered his litter. What the duke had foreseen happened. At the noise that Monsoreau made, Bussy took the alarm, the light was extinguished, the ladder fixed, and Bussy, to his great regret, was obliged to fly, like Romeo, but without having, like him, seen the sun rise and heard the lark sing. Just as he touched the ground, and Diana had thrown him the ladder, the duke and Aurilly arrived at the corner of the Bastile. They saw a shadow suspended from Diana's window, but this shadow disappeared almost instantaneously at the corner of the Rue St. Paul. "Monsieur," said the valet to Monsoreau, "we shall wake up the household." "What do I care?" cried Monsoreau, furiously. "I am master here, I believe, and I have at least the right to do what M. d'Anjou wished to do." The litter was got ready and drawn by two stout horses. It was soon at the Hôtel d'Anjou. The duke and Aurilly had so recently come in that their horses were not unsaddled. Monsoreau, who had the entrée, appeared on the threshold just as the duke, after having thrown his hat on a chair, was holding out his boots to a valet to pull off. A servant preceding him by some steps announced M. de Monsoreau. A thunderbolt breaking his windows could not have astonished the prince more. "M. de Monsoreau?" cried he, with an uneasiness he could not hide. "Myself, monseigneur," replied he, trying to repress his emotion, but the effort he made over himself was so violent that his legs failed him, and he fell on to a chair which stood near. "But you will kill yourself, my dear friend," said the duke. "You are so pale, you look as though you were going to faint." "Oh, no, what I have to say to your highness is of too much importance. I may faint afterwards." "Speak, then, my dear comte." "Not before your people, I suppose." The duke dismissed everyone. "Your highness has just come in," said Monsoreau. "As you see, comte." "It is very imprudent of your highness to go by night in the street." "Who told you I had been in the streets?" "The dust on your clothes." "M. de Monsoreau, have you another employment besides that of chief huntsman?" "Yes, that of spy, monseigneur. All the world follow that calling now, more or less, and I like the rest."
And what does this profession bring you, monsieur?
Knowledge.
It is curious.
Very curious.
Well, tell me what you have to say.
I came for that.
You permit me to sit down?" said the duke.
No irony, monseigneur, towards an old and faithful servant who comes at this hour, and in this state, to do you a service. If I sat down, on my honor, it was because I could not stand.
A service? To do me a service?
Yes.
Speak, then.
Monseigneur, I come on the part of a great prince.
From the king?
No, Monsieur le Duc de Guise.
Ah, that is quite a different thing. Approach and speak low.
End of chapter 80. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 81 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 81. How Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou signed, and after having signed, spoke. There was a moment's silence, then the duke said,
"Well, Monsieur le Comte, what have you to say to me from the Duc de Guise?"
"Much, monseigneur."
"They have written to you?"
"No, the duke writes no more. Since the strange disappearance of Nicolas David, they have come to Paris."
"Messieurs de Guise are at Paris?"
"Yes, monseigneur."
"I have not seen them."
"They are too prudent to expose themselves to your highness to any risk."
"And I was not told?"
"I tell you now."
"What have they come for?"
"They come, monseigneur, to the rendezvous you gave them."
"That I gave them?"
"Doubtless. On the day when your highness was arrested, you received a letter from Monsieur de Guise, and replied to it verbally, through me, that they were to come to Paris from the 31st of May to the 2nd of June. It is now the 31st of May, and if your highness has forgotten them, they have not forgotten you." François grew pale. So many events had passed since, that he had forgotten the rendezvous.
"It is true," said he, at length, "but the relations which then existed between us exist no longer."
"If that be so, monseigneur, you would do them well to tell them, for I believe they think differently."
"How so?"
"You, perhaps, think yourself free as regards to them, but they feel bound to you."
"A snare, my dear comte, in which a man does not let himself be taken twice."
"And where was monseigneur taken in a snare?"
"Where? At the Louvre, mordieu."
"Was it the fault of Messieurs de Guise?"
"I do not say so, but they never assisted me to escape."
"It would have been difficult. They were flying themselves."
"It is true."
"But when you were in Anjou, did they not charge me to tell you that you could always count on them, as they on you, and that the day you marched on Paris, they would do the same?"
"It is true, but I did not march on Paris."
"You are here."
"Yes, but as my brother's ally."
"Monseigneur will permit me to observe that he is more than the ally of the Guises."
"What then?"
"Their accomplice."
The duke bit his lips. "And you say they charged you to announce their arrival to me?"
"They did me that honor."
"But they did not tell you the motive of their return?"
"They told me all, knowing me to be the confidant of your highness."
"Then they have projects. What are they?"
"The same as always."
And they think them practicable?
They look upon them as certain.
And these projects have for an aim?
The duke stopped, not daring to finish. To make you King of France. Yes, monseigneur. The duke felt the flush of joy mount to his face.
But, said he, is the moment favorable?
Your wisdom must decide.
My wisdom?
Yes, the facts cannot be contradicted. The nomination of the king as head of the League was only a comedy, quickly seen through and appreciated. Now, the reaction has commenced, and the entire state is rising against the tyranny of the king and his creatures. Sermons are a call to arms, and churches are places where they curse the king instead of praying to God. The army trembles with impatience. The bourgeois league together. Our emissaries bring in nothing but signatures and new adherents to the League. In a word, the king's reign touches on its close. Now, do you renounce your former projects?
The duke did not reply.
Monseigneur knows that he may speak frankly to me.
I think, said the duke, that considering my brother has no children, that his health is uncertain, and that after him the crown will come naturally to me, there is no reason why I should compromise my name and my dignity in a useless struggle, and try to take, with danger, what will come to me in due course.
Your highness is in error. Your brother's throne will only come to you if you take it. Messieurs de Guise cannot be kings themselves, but they will only allow to reign a king of their own making, a king whom they substitute for the reigning one. They count on your highness, but if you refuse, they will seek another.
And who will dare to seat himself on the throne of Charlemagne?
A Bourbon instead of a Valois, monseigneur. A son of Saint Louis instead of a son of Saint Louis.
The King of Navarre?
Why not? He is young and brave.
He is a Huguenot.
Was he not converted at the Saint Bartholomew?
Yes, but he abjured afterwards.
Oh, monseigneur, what he did for his wife, he will do again for the crown.
They think, then, that I will yield my rights without a struggle?
The case is provided for.
I will fight.
They are men of war.
I will put myself at the head of the League.
They are the soul of it.
I will join my brother.
Your brother will be dead.
I will call the kings of Europe to my aid.
They will think twice before making war on a people.
My party will stand by me.
Your party, I believe, consists of Monsieur de Bussy and myself.
Then I am tied.
Nearly so. You can do nothing without the Guises. With them, everything. Say the word, and you are king.
The duke walked about for a few minutes in great agitation, then stopped and said, "Go on, count."
Then this is the plan. In 8 days the Fête Dieu will take place, and the king meditates on that day a great procession to the convents of Paris. There the guards will remain at the door. The king will stop before each altar, kneel down, and say 5 paters and 5 aves.
I know all of that.
He will go to Saint Genevieve.
Yes.
He will enter with a suite of 5 or 6 persons, and behind them the doors will be closed.
And then?
Your highness knows the monk who will do the honors of the abbey to his majesty.
They will be the same?
Who were there when your highness was crowned?
They will dare to lay hands on the Lord's anointed?
Oh, to shave him only.
They will never dare to do that to a king.
He will not be a king then.
How so?
Have you never heard of a holy man who preaches sermons and is going to perform miracles?
Brother Gorenflot?
Just so.
The one who wished to preach the League with his arquebus on his shoulder?
The same. Well, they will conduct the king into his cell. Once there, he will be asked to sign his abdication. Then, when he has signed, Madame de Montpensier will enter. Scissors in hand, she wears them now, hanging to her side. They are charming scissors, made of gold and admirably chased to do him honor. You understand the rest. We announce to the people that the king, experiencing a holy repentance for his sins, has announced his intention of nevermore leaving the convent. If there are any who doubt, Monsieur de Guise holds the army, Monsieur le Cardinal the church, and Monsieur de Mayenne the bourgeois, and with these three powers you can make the people believe what you like."
"But they will accuse me of violence," said the duke.
"You need not be there."
"They will look on me as a usurper."
"Monseigneur forgets the abdication."
"The king will refuse."
"It seems that Brother Gorenflot is not only clever, but strong."
"The plan is settled?"
"Quite."
"And they do not fear that I shall denounce it?"
"No, monseigneur, for in that case they have another, not less sure."
"Ah!"
"Yes."
"And this one?"
"I do not know. They have thought me too much your friend to trust me with it."
"Well, I yield, count. What must I do?"
"Approve."
"I do."
"Words are not enough."
"What then?"
"Writing."
"It is a folly to suppose I will ever consent to that."
"And why not?"
"If the conspiracy fail."
"It is just in case it should, that they ask for your signature."
"Then they wish to shelter themselves behind my name?"
"Just so."
"Then I refuse."
"You cannot."
"I cannot refuse."
"No."
"Are you mad?"
"To refuse is to betray."
"Let them think as they like. At all events, I will choose my own danger."
"Monseigneur, you choose badly."
"I will risk it," cried François, endeavoring to keep firm.
"For your own interest, I advise you not to do so."
"But I shall compromise myself by signing."
"In refusing, you assassinate yourself."
François shuddered. "They would dare?" said he.
"They would dare anything, monseigneur. The conspirators have gone so far that they must succeed at any cost."
The duke, with his usual indecision, felt terribly perplexed. "I will sign," said he at last.
"When?"
"Tomorrow."
"No, monseigneur. If you sign, it must be done at once."
"But M. de Guise must draw up the agreement."
"It is already drawn. Here it is."
And Monsoreau drew a paper from his pocket. It was a full adhesion to the scheme. The duke read it, though growing more and more pale as he did so.
"Here is the pen, monseigneur."
"Then I must sign?"
"If you wish to do so. No one forces you."
"Yes, they do, since they menace me with assassination."
"I do not menace you, monseigneur. I only warn you."
"Give me the pen." And snatching it eagerly, he signed the paper. Monsoreau watched him with an eye full of hatred and hope, and no sooner had the duke finished than exclaiming, "Ah!" he seized the paper,
buttoned it into his doublet and wrapped his cloak over it. François looked at him with astonishment, for a flash of ferocious joy played over his face. "And now, monseigneur, be prudent," said he. "How so?" "Do not run about the streets with Aurilly, as you did just now." "What do you mean?" "I mean that this evening you pursued with your love a woman whom her husband adores, and whom he is jealous of, enough to kill anyone who approaches her without permission." "Is it of you and your wife that you are speaking?" "Yes, monseigneur, I have married Diana de Méridor. She is mine, and no one shall have her while I live, not even a prince. I swear it by my name and on this poniard," and he touched with his poniard the breast of the prince, who started back. "Monsieur, you menace me?" cried François, pale with rage. "No, monseigneur. Once more, I say I only warn you." "Of what?" "That no one shall make love to my wife." "And I warn you that you are too late, and that someone makes love to her already." Monsoreau uttered a terrible cry. "Is it you?" cried he. "You are mad, count." "No, I am not. Prove your words." "Who was hidden this evening 20 steps from your door with a musket?" "I." "Well, comte, during that time there was a man with your wife." "You saw him go in?" "I saw him come out." "By the door?" "No, by the window." "Did you recognize him?" "Yes." "Name him, monseigneur, or I do not answer for myself." The duke half smiled. "Monsieur le Comte," said he, "on my faith as a prince, on my soul, within a week I will tell you his name." "You swear it?" "I swear it." "Well, monseigneur, you have a week, but," said he, touching the paper in his breast, "come back in 8 days." "Good. In 8 days I shall have regained all my strength, ready for vengeance." CHAPTER 81. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 82 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 82. A promenade at the Tournelle. In course of time the Angevin gentlemen had returned to Paris, although not with much confidence. They knew too well the king, his brother, and mother, to hope that all would terminate in a family embrace. They returned therefore timidly, and glided into the town armed to the teeth, ready to fire on the least suspicion, and drew their swords 50 times before the Hôtel d'Anjou on harmless bourgeois, who were guilty of no crime but of looking at them. They presented themselves at the Louvre, magnificently dressed in silk, velvet, and embroidery. Henry III would not receive them. They waited vainly in the gallery. It was MM. Quelus, Maugiron, Schomberg, and D'Epernon who came to announce this news to them, with great politeness, and expressing all the regrets in the world. "Ah, gentlemen," said Antragues, "the news is sad, but coming from your mouths, it loses half its bitterness." "Gentlemen," said Schomberg, "you are the flower of grace and courtesy. Would it please you to change the reception which you have missed into a little promenade?" "Ah, gentlemen, we were about to propose it." "Where shall we go?" said Quelus. "I know a charming place near the Bastile," said Schomberg. "We follow you. Go on." Then the 8 gentlemen went out arm in arm, talking gaily on different subjects, until Quelus said, "Here is a solitary place, with a good footing." "Ma foi, yes." "Well, we thought that you would one day accompany us here to meet M. de Bussy, who has invited us all here." "It is true," said Bussy. "Do you accept?" said Maugiron. "Certainly, we rejoice at such an honor." "That is well," said Schomberg. "Shall we each choose an opponent?" "No," said Bussy, "that is not fair. Let us trust to chance, and the first one that is free can join the others." "Let us draw lots, then," said Quelus. "One moment," said Bussy. "First, let us settle the rules of the game." "They are simple. We will fight till death ensues." "Yes, but how?" "With sword and dagger." "On foot?" "Oh, yes, on horseback one's movements are not so free." "Then on foot." "What day?" "The soonest possible." "No," said D'Epernon, "I have 1,000 things to settle and a will to make. I would rather wait 5 or 6 days." "So be it." "Then draw lots." "One moment. Divide the ground into 4 compartments, each for a pair." "Well said." "I propose for number 1 the long square between the chestnuts. It is a fine place." "Agreed." "But the sun? One would be turned to the east." "No," said Bussy, "that is not fair." And he proposed a new position, which was agreed to. Schomberg and Ribeirac came first. They were the first pair, Quelus and Antragues the second, then Livarot and Maugiron the third. D'Epernon, who saw himself left to Bussy, grew very pale. "Now, gentlemen," said Bussy, "until the day of the combat, let us be friends. Will you accept a dinner at the Hôtel Bussy?" All agreed, and returned with Bussy to his hotel, where a sumptuous banquet united them till morning. CHAPter 82. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 83 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 83, in which Chicot sleeps. The movements of the young men had been remarked by the king and Chicot. The king walked up and down, waiting impatiently for his friends to return, but Chicot followed them at a distance and saw enough to be satisfied of their intentions. When he returned to the house, he found the king walking up and down, muttering. "Ah, my dear friend, do you know what has become of them?" cried Henri. "Whom, your minions?" "Alas! yes, my poor friends." "They must lie very low by this time." "Have they been killed?" cried Henri. "Are they dead?" "Dead, I fear." "And you laugh, wretch!" "Oh, my son, dead drunk." "Oh, Chicot, how you terrified me! But why do you calumniate these gentlemen?" "On the contrary, I praise them." "Be serious, I beg. Do you know that they went out with the Angevins?" "Of course I know it." "What was the result?" "What I tell you, that they are dead drunk." "But Bussy?" "He is intoxicating them. He is a dangerous man." "Chicot, for pity's sake." "Yes, Bussy has given a dinner to your friends. How do you like that?" "Impossible. They are sworn enemies." "Have you good legs?" "What do you mean?" "Will you go to the river?" "I would go to the end of the world to see such a thing." "Well, go only to the Hôtel Bussy." "Will you accompany me?" "Thank you, I have just come from there." "But—" "Oh, no, I, who have seen, do not need to be convinced. Go, my son, go. You disquiet yourself about your friends. You first pity them as if they were dead, and when you hear they are not dead, you are uneasy still." "You are intolerable, M. Chicot." "Would you have preferred that they should have each had 7 or 8 wounds by a rapier?" "I should like to be able to depend on my friends." "Oh, ventre de biche, depend on me. I am here, my son. Only feed me. I want pheasant and truffles." Henri and his only friend went to bed early, the king still sighing. The next day, at the petit lever of the king, MM. Quelus, Schomberg, Maugiron, and D'Epernon presented themselves. Chicot still slept. The king jumped from his bed in a fury, and tearing off the perfumed mask from his face, cried, "Go out from here!" The young men looked at each other in wonder. "But, sire, we wish to say to your majesty—" "That you are no longer drunk, I suppose?" Chicot opened his eyes. "Your majesty is in error," said Quelus, gravely. "And yet I have not drunk the wine of Anjou." "Oh, I understand," said Quelus, smiling. "What?" "If your majesty will remain alone with us, we will tell you." "I hate drunkards and traitors." "Sire!" cried three of the gentlemen. "Patience, gentlemen," said Quelus. "His majesty has slept badly, and had unpleasant dreams. A few words will set all right." "Speak, then, but be brief." "It is possible, sire, but difficult." "Yes, one turns long round certain accusations." "No, sire, we go straight to it," replied Quelus, looking again at Chicot and the usher, and as though to reiterate his request that they might be left alone. The king signed to the usher to leave the room, but Chicot said, "Never mind me, I sleep like a top," and closing his eyes again, he began to snore with all his strength. CHAPTER 83. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 84 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 84. Where Chicot wakes. "Your majesty," said Quelus, "knows only half the business, and that the least interesting half. Assuredly, we have all dined with M. de Bussy, and to the honor of his cook, be it said, dined well. There was above all a certain wine from Austria or Hungary, which really appeared to me marvelous, but during the repast, or rather after it, we had the most serious and interesting conversation concerning your majesty's affairs." "You make the exordium very long." "How talkative you are, Valois!" cried Chicot. "Oh, oh, Monsieur Gascon," said Henri, "if you do not sleep, you must leave the room." "Pardieu! it is you who keep me from sleeping, your tongue clacks so fast." Quelus, seeing it was impossible to speak seriously, shrugged his shoulders and rose in anger. "We were speaking of grave matters," said he. "Grave matters?" "Yes," said D'Epernon, "if the lives of 8 brave gentlemen are worth the trouble of your majesty's attention." "What does it mean, my son?" said Henri, placing his hand on Quelus's shoulder. "Well, sire, the result of our conversation was, that royalty is menaced, weakened, that is to say, that all the world is conspiring against you. Sire, you are a great king, but you have no horizon before you. The nobility have raised so many barriers before your eyes that you can see nothing, and if it be not the still higher barriers that the people have raised. When, sire, in battle one battalion places itself like a menacing wall before another, what happens? Cowards look behind them, and seeing an open space, they fly. The brave lower their heads and rush on." "Well, then, forward!" cried the king. "Mordieu, am I not the first gentleman in my kingdom? Were there not great battles that I fought in my youth? Forward, then, gentlemen, and I will take the lead. It is my custom in the melee." "Oh, yes, sire!" cried the young men with one voice. "And," said Quelus, "against these ramparts which are closing round your majesty, 4 men will march, sure to be applauded by you and glorified by posterity." "What do you mean, Quelus?" cried the king, with eyes in which joy was tempered by solicitude. "Who are these 4 men?" "I and these other gentlemen," replied Quelus with pride, "we devote ourselves, sire." "To what?" "To your safety." "Against whom?" "Against your enemies." "Private enmities of young men?" "Oh, sire, that is the expression of vulgar prejudice. Speak like a king, sire, not like a bourgeois.
do not profess to believe that Maugiron detests Antragues, that Schomberg dislikes Livarot, that D'Epernon is jealous of Bussy, and that I hate Ribeirac. Oh, no, they are all young and agreeable, and might love each other like brothers. It is not therefore a rivalry between man and man which places the swords in our hands. It is the quarrel of France with Anjou, the dispute as to the rights of the populace against the prerogatives of the king. We present ourselves as champions of royalty in those lists, where we shall be met by the champions of the League, and we came to say, bless us, sire, smile on those who are going to die for you. Your blessing will, perhaps, give us the victory. Your smile will make us die happy." Henri, overcome with emotion, opened his arms to Quelus and the others. He united them in his heart, and it was not a spectacle without interest, a picture without expression, but a scene in which manly courage was allied to softer emotions, sanctified by devotion. Chicot looked on, and his face, ordinarily indifferent or sarcastic, was not the least noble and eloquent of the six. "Ah!" cried the king, "I am proud today, not of being king of France, but of being your friend. At the same time, as I know my interests best, I will not accept a sacrifice of which the result will deliver me up, if you fall into the hands of my enemies. France is enough to make war on Anjou. I know my brother, the Guises and the League, and have often conquered more dangerous foes." "But, sire, soldiers do not reason thus. They never take ill luck into their calculations." "Pardon me, Maugiron, a soldier may act blindly, but the captain reflects." "Reflect then, sire, and let us act, who are only soldiers," said Schomberg. "Besides, I know no ill luck. I am always successful." "Friend, friend," said the king, sadly, "I wish I could say as much. It is true you are but 20." "Sire," said Quelus, "on what day shall we meet MM. Bussy, Livarot, Antragues, and Ribeirac?" "Never; I forbid it, absolutely." "Sire, excuse us. The rendezvous was arranged before the dinner. Words were said which cannot be retracted." "Excuse me, monsieur," said Henri. "The king absolves from oaths and promises by saying, 'I will,' or 'I will not,' for the king is all powerful. Tell these gentlemen, therefore, that I have menaced you with all my anger if you come to blows, and that you may not doubt it yourselves, I swear to exile you if—" "Stop, sire, do not swear, because if for such a cause we have merited your anger, and this anger shows itself by exiling us, we will go into exile with joy, because, being no longer on your majesty's territories, we can then keep our promises, and meet our adversaries." "If these gentlemen approach you within range of an arquebus, I will throw them all into the Bastile." "Sire, if you do so, we will all go barefooted, and with cords round our necks, to M. Testu, the governor, and pray to be incarcerate with them." "I will have them beheaded, then. I am king, I hope." "We will cut our throats at the foot of their scaffold." Henri kept silent for a long time, then raising his eyes, said, "God will surely bless a cause defended by such noble hearts." "Yes, they are noble hearts," said Chicot, rising. "Do what they wish, and fix a day for their meeting. It is your duty, my son." Mon Dieu, mon Dieu," murmured Henri. "Sire, we pray you," cried all the four gentlemen, bending their knees. "Well, so be it. Let us trust that God will give us the victory, but let us prepare for the conflict in a Christian manner. If I had time, I would send all your swords to Rome, that the Pope might bless them, but we have the shrine of St. Genevieve, which contains most precious relics. Let us fast and do penance, and keep holy the great day of the Fête Dieu, and then the next day." "Ah, sire, thanks. That is in 8 days," cried the young men. And they seized the hands of the king, who embraced them all once more, and going into his oratory, melted into tears. "Our cartel is ready," said Quelus. "We have but to add the day and hour. Right, Maugiron, the day after the Fête Dieu. Here is a table." "It is done," said Maugiron. "Now who will carry the letter?"
"I will, if you please," said Chicot, approaching, "but I wish to give you a piece of advice. His majesty speaks of fasts and macerations. That is all very well after the combat, but before, I prefer good nourishment, generous wine, and 8 hours sleep every night." "Bravo, Chicot!" "Adieu, my little lions," replied the Gascon. "I go to the Hotel Bussy." He went 3 steps and returned, and said, "Apropos, do not quit the king during the Fête Dieu. Do not go to the country, any of you, but stay by the Louvre. Now I will do your commission." CHAPTER 84. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 85 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 85. The Fête Dieu. During these 8 days, events were preparing themselves as a tempest gathers in the heavens during the calm days of summer. Monsoreau had an attack of fever for 24 hours, then he rallied and began to watch himself, but as he discovered no one, he became more than ever convinced of the hypocrisy of the Duc d'Anjou and of his bad intentions with regard to Diana. Bussy did not discontinue his visits by day, but, warned by Rémy of this constant watchfulness, came no more at night to the window. Chicot divided his time between the king, whom he watched like a child, and his friend Gorenflot, whom he persuaded to return to his convent. He passed hours with him in his cell, always bringing with him large bottles in his pocket, and the report began to spread that Gorenflot had nearly persuaded him to turn monk. As for the king, he gave constant lessons in fencing to his friends, teaching them new thrusts, and above all, exercising D'Epernon, to whom fate had given so skillful an adversary that he was visibly preoccupied by it. Anyone walking in the streets of Paris at certain hours might have met the strange monks, of whom our first chapters furnish some description, and who resembled troopers more than monks. Then, to complete the picture, we must add that the Hôtel de Guise had become at once mysterious and turbulent, the most peopled within and the most deserted without that can be imagined; that meetings were held every night in the great hall, and with all the blinds and windows hermetically closed, and that these meetings were preceded by dinners, to which none but men were invited, and which were presided over by Madame de Montpensier. Of all these meetings, however, important though they were, the police suspected nothing. On the morning of the great day the weather was superb, and the flowers which filled the streets sent their perfumes through the air. Chicot, who for the last fortnight had slept in the king's room, woke him early. No one had yet entered the royal chamber. "Oh, Chicot!" cried the king, "you have woke me from one of the sweetest dreams I ever had in my life." "What was it, my son?" "I dreamed that Quelus had run Antragues through the body, and was swimming in the blood of his adversary. Let us go and pray that my dream be realized. Call, Chicot, call." "What do you want?" "My haircloth and my scourge." "Would you not prefer a good breakfast?" "Pagan, would you go to hear a mass on the Fête Dieu with a full stomach?" "Even so." "Call, Chicot." "Patience, it is scarcely 8 o'clock, and you will have plenty of time to scourge yourself. Let us talk first. Converse with your friend. You will not repent it, Valois, on the faith of a Chicot." "Well, talk, but be quick." "How shall we divide our day, my son?" "Into 3 parts." "In honor of the Trinity, very well. Let me hear these 3 parts." "First, mass at St. Germain l'Auxerrois." "Well?" "Return to the Louvre for a collation." "Very good." "Then a procession of penitents through the streets, stopping at the principal convent of Paris, beginning at the Jacobine and finishing at St. Geneviève, where I have promised the prior to stay till tomorrow, in the cell of a saint, who will pray for the success of our arms." "I know him." "The saint?" "Yes, perfectly." "So much the better. You shall accompany me, and we will pray together." "Yes, make yourself easy." "Then dress yourself, and come.
Wait a little.
What for?
I have more to ask.
Be quick then, for time passes.
What is the court to do?
Follow me.
And your brother?
Will accompany me.
Your guard?
The French guard wait for me at the Louvre, and the Swiss at the door of the abbey.
That will do. Now I know all.
Then I may call?
Yes.
Henry struck on his gong.
The ceremony will be magnificent, said Chicot.
God will accept our homage, I hope.
But tell me, Henry, before anyone comes in, have you nothing else to say to me?
No, I have given you all the details.
Have you settled to sleep at St. Geneviève?
Doubtless.
Well, my son, I do not like that part of the program.
How so?
When we have dined, I will tell you another plan that has occurred to me.
Oh, well, I consent.
Whether you consent or not, it will all be the same thing.
What do you mean?
Hush! Here are your valets. As he spoke, the ushers opened the door, and the barber, perfumer, and valet of the king entered, and commenced to execute upon his majesty one of those toilets which we have described elsewhere. When the king was dressing, the Duc d'Anjou was announced. He was accompanied by M. de Monsoreau, D'Epernon, and Aurilly. Henri, at the sight of Monsoreau, still pale and looking more frightful than ever, could not repress a movement of surprise.
"You have been wounded, comte, have you not?"
"Yes, sire."
"At the chase, they told me."
"Yes, sire."
"But you are better now?"
"I am well." "Sire," said the duke, "would it please you that, after our devotions, M. de Monsoreau should go and prepare a chase for us in the woods of Compiègne?"
"But do you not know that tomorrow—"
He was going to say,
"4 of your friends are to fight 4 of mine," but he stopped, for he remembered that it was a secret.
"I know nothing," said the duke, "but if your majesty will inform me—"
"I meant that, as I am to pass the night at the abbey of St. Geneviève, I should perhaps not be ready for tomorrow. But let the count go. If it be not tomorrow, it shall be the day after."
"You hear?" said the Duc to Monsoreau.
"Yes, monseigneur."
At this moment Quelus and Schomberg entered. The king received them with open arms. Monsoreau said softly to the duke,
"You exile me, monseigneur."
"Is it not your duty to prepare the chase for the king?"
"I understand. This is the last of the 8 days fixed by your highness, and you prefer sending me to Compiègne to keeping your promise."
"No, on the contrary, I keep my promise."
"Explain yourself."
"Your departure will be publicly known."
"Well?"
"Well, do not go, but hide near your house. Then, believing you gone, the man you wish to know will come, and the rest concerns yourself. I engage for no more."
"Ah, if that be so—"
"You have my word."
"I have better than that. I have your signature."
"Oh, yes, mordieu, I know that." Aurilly touched D'Epernon's arm, and said, "It is done. Bussy will not fight tomorrow."
"Not fight?"
"I will answer for it."
"Who will prevent it?"
"Never mind that."
"If it be so, my dear sorcerer, there are 1,000 crowns for you." "Gentlemen," said the king, who had finished his toilet, "to St. Germain l'Auxerrois."
"And from there to St. Geneviève?"
asked the duke. "Certainly," replied Henri, passing into the gallery where all his court were waiting for him.
CHAPTER 85. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 86 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXXVI recording is in the public domain.
Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 86, which will elucidate the previous chapter. The evening before, M. de Monsoreau had returned to his home from the Hotel Guise, and had found Bussy there. Then, in his friendship for this brave gentleman, he had taken him aside and said, "Will you permit me to give you a piece of advice?" "Pray do." "If I were you, I should leave Paris tomorrow." "I? And why so?" "All that I can tell you is, that your absence may save you from great embarrassment." "How so?" "Are you ignorant of what is to take place tomorrow?" "Completely." "On your honor?" "On my word as a gentleman." "Monsieur d'Anjou has confided nothing to you?" "Nothing. Monsieur d'Anjou confides nothing to me beyond what all the world knows." "Well, I, who am not the Duc d'Anjou, who love my friends for their own sakes and not for mine, I will tell you, my dear count, that he is preparing for grave events tomorrow, and that the parting of Guise and Anjou meditate a stroke which may end in the fall of the king." Bussy looked at M. de Monsoreau with suspicion, but his whole manner expressed so much sincerity that it was impossible to doubt him. "Count," replied he, "my sword belongs to the Duc d'Anjou. The king, against whom I have done nothing, hates me, and has never let slip an occasion of doing or saying something wounding to me. And tomorrow, I tell you, but you alone remember, I am about to risk my life to humiliate Henri de Valois in the person of his favorites." "Then you are resolved to risk all the consequences of your adherence to the duke?" "Yes." "You know where it may lead you?" "I know where I will stop. Whatever complaints I have against the king, I will never lift a hand against him, but I will let others do what they like, and I will follow M. d'Anjou to protect him in case of need." "My dear comte," said Monsoreau, "the Duc d'Anjou is perfidious and a traitor, a coward, capable, from jealous or fear, of sacrificing his most faithful servant. His most devoted friend, abandon him, take a friend's counsel, pass the day in your little house at Vincennes, go where you like, except to the procession of the Fête Dieu." "But why do you follow the duke yourself?" "For reasons which concern my honor. I have need of him for a little while longer." "Well, that is like me. For things which concern my honor, I must follow the duke." The Comte de Monsoreau pressed his hand, and they parted. The next morning Monsoreau announced to his wife his approaching departure for Compiègne, and gave all the necessary orders. Diana heard the news with joy. She knew from her husband of the duel which was arranged between Bussy and D'Epernon, but had no fear for the result, and looked forward to it with pride. Bussy had presented himself in the morning to the Duc d'Anjou, who, seeing him so frank, loyal, and devoted, felt some remorse. But two things combated this return of good feeling. Firstly, the great empire Bussy had over him, as every powerful mind has over a weak one, and which annoyed him; and secondly, the love of Bussy for Diana, which awoke all the tortures of jealousy in his heart. Monsoreau, it was true, inspired him with equal dislike and fear, but he thought, "Either Bussy will accompany me and aid my triumph, and then if I triumph I do not care for Monsoreau, or Bussy will abandon me, and then I owe him nothing, and I will abandon him in return." When they were in the church, the duke saw Rémy enter, and going up to his master, slide a note into his hands. "It is from her," thought he. "She sends him word that her husband is leaving Paris." Bussy put the note into his hat, opened and read it, and the prince saw his face radiant with joy and love. The duke looked round. If Monsoreau had been there, perhaps he would not have had patience to wait until the evening to denounce Bussy. The mass over, they returned to the Louvre, where a collation waited for the king in his room, and for his gentlemen in the gallery. On entering the Louvre, Bussy approached the duke. "Pardon, monseigneur," said he, "but can I say 2 words to you?" "Are you in a hurry?" "Very much so."
Will it not do during the procession? We shall walk side by side.
Monseigneur must excuse me, but what I wish to ask is, that I need not accompany you.
Why so?
Monseigneur, tomorrow is a great day, and I would wish to retire today to my little house at Vincennes.
Then you do not join the procession with the king and the court?
No, monseigneur, if you will excuse me.
Will you not rejoin me at Saint Geneviève?
Monseigneur, I wish to have the whole day to myself.
But if anything should occur when I have need of my friends?
As monseigneur would only want me to draw my sword against my king, it is a double reason for excusing myself, replied Bussy. My sword is engaged against Monsieur d'Epernon. Monsoreau had told the duke the night before that he might reckon on Bussy. This change, therefore, must have been occasioned by Diana's note.
Then, said the duke, you abandon your chief and master?
Monseigneur, he who is about to risk his life in a bloody duel, as ours will be, has but one master, and it is to him my last devotions will be paid.
You know that I am playing for a throne, and you leave me.
Monseigneur, I have worked enough for you. I will work again tomorrow. Do not ask me for more than my life.
It is well, said the duke in a hollow voice. You are free. Go, Monsieur de Bussy.
Bussy, without caring for the prince's evident anger, ran down the staircase of the Louvre and went rapidly to his own house. The duke called Aurilly.
Well, he has condemned himself, said he.
Does he not follow you?
No.
He goes to the rendezvous?
Yes.
Then it is for this evening?
It is.
Is Monsieur de Monsoreau warned?
Of the rendezvous, yes, but not yet of the man.
Then you have decided to sacrifice the count.
I have determined to revenge myself. I fear now but one thing.
What is that?
That Monsoreau will trust to his strength, and that Bussy will escape him.
Reassure yourself, monseigneur.
Why?
Is Monsieur de Bussy irrevocably condemned?
Yes, mordieu, a man who dictates to me, who takes away from me her whom I was seeking for, who is a sort of lion, of whom I am less the master than the keeper. Yes, Aurilly, he is condemned without mercy.
Well, then, be easy, for if he escape Monsoreau, he will not escape from another.
And who is that?
Does your majesty order me to name him?
Yes, I do.
It is Monsieur d'Epernon.
D'Epernon? Who was to fight him tomorrow?
Yes, monseigneur.
How is that?
Aurilly was about to reply when the duke was summoned, for the king was at table and had sent for his brother.
You shall tell me during the procession, said the duke.
We will now tell our readers what had passed between Aurilly and D'Epernon. They had long known each other, for Aurilly had taught D'Epernon to play on the lute, and as he was fond of music, they were often together. He called upon Aurilly to tell him of his approaching duel, which disquieted him not a little. Bravery was never one of D'Epernon's prominent qualities, and he looked on a duel with Bussy as certain death. When Aurilly heard it, he told D'Epernon that Bussy practiced fencing every morning with an artist, lately arrived, who was said to have borrowed from all nations their best points, until he had become perfect. During this recital, D'Epernon grew livid with terror. "Ah, I am doomed," said he.
"Well?"
"But it is absurd to go out with a man who is sure to kill me." "You should have thought of that before making the engagement." "Peste! I will break the engagement." "He is a fool who gives up his life willingly at 25. But now I think of it." "Well?" "Monsieur de Bussy is sure to kill me." "I do not doubt it." "Then it will not be a duel, but an assassination." "Perhaps so." "And if it be, it is lawful to prevent an assassination by " "By?"
A murder?" "Doubtless. What prevents me, since he wishes to kill me, from killing him first?" "Oh, mon Dieu! Nothing. I thought of that myself." "It is only natural." "Very natural." "Only, instead of killing him with my own hands, I will leave it to others." "That is to say, you will hire assassins?" "Ma foi, yes, like M. de Guise for St. Megrim." "It will cost you dear." "I will give 3,000 crowns." "You will only get 6 men for that, when they know who they have to deal with." "Are not 6 enough?" "M. de Bussy would kill 4 before they touched him. Do you remember the fight in the Rue St. Antoine?" "Oh, I will give 6,000. If I do the thing, I will take care he does not escape." "Have you your men?" "Oh, there are plenty of unoccupied men soldiers of fortune." "Very well, but take care." "Of what?" "If they fail, they will denounce you." "I have the king to protect me." "That will not hinder M. de Bussy from killing you." "That is true." "Should you like an auxiliary?" "I should like anything which would aid me to get rid of him." "Well, a certain enemy of your enemy is jealous." "And he is now laying a snare for him?" "Ah!" "Well?" "But he wants money. With your 6,000 crowns he will take care of your affair as well as his own. You do not wish the honor of the thing to be yours, I suppose?" "Mon Dieu! no, I only ask to remain in obscurity." "Send your men, and he will use them." "But I must know who it is." "I will show you in the morning." "Where?" "At the Louvre." "Then he is noble?" "Yes." "Aurilly, you shall have the 6,000 crowns." "Then it is settled?" "Irrevocably." "At the Louvre, then?" "Yes, at the Louvre." We have seen in the preceding chapter how Aurilly said to D'Epernon, "Be easy, Bussy will not fight to morrow." CHAPTER 86. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 87 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 87. The Procession. As soon as the collation was over, the king had entered his room with Chicot to put on his penitent's robe, and had come out an instant after, with bare feet, a cord round his waist, and his hood over his face. The courtiers had made the same toilet. The weather was magnificent, and the pavements were strewn with flowers. An immense crowd lined the roads to the 4 places where the king was to stop. The clergy of St. Germain led the procession, and the Archbishop of Paris followed, carrying the Holy Sacrament. Between them walked young boys, shaking censers, and young girls scattering roses. Then the king came forward, followed by his 4 friends, barefooted and frocked like himself. The Duc d'Anjou followed in his ordinary dress, accompanied by his Angevins. Next came the principal courtiers, and then the bourgeois. It was 1 o'clock when they left the Louvre. Crillon and the French guards were about to follow, but the king signed to them to remain. It was near 6 in the evening before they arrived before the old abbey, where they saw the prior and the monks drawn up on the threshold to wait for his majesty. The Duc d'Anjou, a little before, had pleaded great fatigue, and had asked leave to retire to his hotel, which had been granted to him. His gentlemen had retired with him, as if to proclaim that they followed the duke and not the king, besides which, they did not wish to fatigue themselves before the morrow. At the door of the abbey the king dismissed his 4 favorites, that they also might take some repose. The archbishop also, who had eaten nothing since morning, was dropping with fatigue, so the king took pity on him and on the other priests, and dismissed them all. Then turning to the prior, Joseph Foulon, "Here I am, my father," said he. "I come, sinner as I am, to seek repose in your solitude."
The prior bowed, and the royal penitent mounted the steps of the abbey, striking his breast at each step, and the door was immediately closed behind him. "We will first," said the prior, "conduct your majesty into the crypt, which we have ornamented in our best manner to do honor to the King of heaven and earth." No sooner had the king passed through the somber arcade, lined with monks, and turned the corner which led to the chapel, than 20 hoods were thrown into the air, and eyes were seen brilliant with joy and triumph. Certainly, they were not monkish or peaceful faces displayed, but bristling mustaches and embrowned skins, many scarred by wounds, and by the side of the proudest of all, who displayed the most celebrated scar, stood a woman covered with a frock, and looking triumphant and happy. This woman, shaking a pair of golden scissors which hung by her side, cried, "Ah, my brothers, at last we have the Valois." "Ma foi, sister, I believe so." "Not yet," murmured the cardinal. "How so?" "Shall we have enough bourgeois guards to make head against Crillon and his guards?" "We have better than bourgeois guards, and believe me, there will not be a musket shot exchanged." "How so?" said the duchess. "I should have liked a little disturbance." "Well, sister, you will be deprived of it. When the king is taken he will cry out, but no one will answer. Then, by persuasion or by violence, but without showing ourselves, we shall make him sign his abdication. The news will soon spread through the city, and dispose in our favor both the bourgeois and the troops." "The plan is good, and cannot fail," said the duchess. "It is rather brutal," said the Duc de Guise; "besides which, the king will refuse to sign the abdication. He is brave, and will rather die." "Let him die, then." "Not so," replied the duke, firmly. "I will mount the throne of a prince who abdicates and is despised, but not of an assassinated man who is pitied. Besides, in your plans you forget M. le Duc d'Anjou, who will claim the crown." "Let him claim, mordieu," said Mayenne. "He shall be comprised in his brother's act of abdication. He is in connection with the Huguenots, and is unworthy to reign." "Are you sure of that?" "Pardieu! Did he not escape from the Louvre by the aid of the King of Navarre?" "Well?" "Then another clause in favor of our house shall follow. This clause shall make you lieutenant general of the kingdom, from which to the throne is only a step." "Yes, yes," said the cardinal, "all that is settled; but it is probable that the French guards, to make sure that the abdication is a genuine one, and above all a voluntary one, will insist upon seeing the king, and will force the gates of the abbey if they are not admitted. Crillon does not understand joking, and he is just the man to say to the king, 'Sire, your life is in danger, but before everything let us save our honor.'" "The general has taken his precautions. If it be necessary to sustain a siege, we have here 80 gentlemen, and I have distributed arms to 100 monks. We could hold out for a month against the army. Besides, in case of danger, we have the cave to fly to with our prey." "What is the Duc d'Anjou doing?" "In the hour of danger he has failed, as usual. He has gone home, no doubt, waiting for news of us, through Bussy or Monsoreau." "Mon Dieu! He should have been here, not at home." "You are wrong, brother," said the cardinal. "The people and the nobles would have seen in it a snare to trap the family. As you said just now, we must, above all things, avoid playing the part of usurper. We must inherit. By leaving the Duc d'Anjou free and the queen mother independent, no one will have anything to accuse us of. If we acted otherwise, we should have against us Bussy and 100 other dangerous swords." "Bah! Bussy is going to fight against the king's minions." "Pardieu! he will kill them, and then he will join us," said the Duc de Guise. "He is a superior man, and one whom I much esteem, and I will make him general of the army in Italy, where war is sure to break out." "And I," said the duchess, "if I become a widow, will marry him." "Who is near the king?" asked the duke. "The prior and Brother Gorenflot." "Is he in the cell?" "Oh, no, he will look first at the crypt and the relics." At this moment a bell sounded. "The king is returning," said the Duc de Guise; "let us become monks again." and immediately the hoods covered ardent eyes and speaking scars, and 20 or 30 monks, conducted by the three brothers, went towards the crypt. End of chapter 87. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 88 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 88. Chicot the First. The king visited the crypt, kissed the relics, often striking his breast and murmuring the most doleful psalms. At last the prior said, "Sire, will it please you now to depose your earthly crown at the feet of the eternal king?" "Let us go," said the king. They arrived at the cell, on the threshold of which stood Gorenflot, his eyes brilliant as carbuncles. Henry entered. "Hic portus salutis," murmured he. "Yes," replied Foulon. "Leave us," said Gorenflot, with a majestic gesture, and immediately the door shut, and they were left alone. "Here you are, then, Herod, pagan, Nebuchadnezzar!" cried Gorenflot suddenly. "It is to me you speak, my brother?" cried the king in surprise. "Yes, to you. Can one accuse you of anything so bad that it is not true?" "My brother?" "Bah! You have no brother here. I have long been meditating a discourse, and now you shall have it. I divide it into 3 heads. First, you are a tyrant. Second, you are a satyr. Third, you are dethroned." "Dethroned?" "Neither more nor less. This abbey is not like Poland, and you cannot fly." "Ah, a snare!" "Oh, Valois, learn that a king is but a man." "You are violent, my brother?" "Pardieu! Do you think we imprison you to flatter you?" "You abuse your religious calling." "There is no religion." "Oh, you are a saint, and say such things?" "I have said it." "You speak dreadfully, my brother." "Come, no preaching. Are you ready?" "To do what?" "To resign your crown. I am charged to demand it of you." "You are committing a mortal sin." "Oh, I have right of absolution, and I absolve myself in advance. Come, renounce, brother Valois." "Renounce what?" "The throne of France." "Rather death." "Oh, then you shall die. Here is the prior returning. Decide." "I have my guards, my friends, they will defend me." "Yes, but you will be killed first." "Leave me at least a little time for reflection." "Not an instant." "Your zeal carries you away, brother," said the prior, opening the door, and saying to the king, "Your request is granted." He shut it again. Henry fell into a profound reverie. "I accept the sacrifice," he said, after the lapse of 10 minutes. "It is done. He accepts," cried Gorenflot. The king heard a murmur of joy and surprise. "Read him the act," said a voice, and a monk passed a paper to Gorenflot. Gorenflot read it to the king, who listened with his head buried in his hands. "If I refuse to sign?" cried he, shedding tears. "It will be doubly your ruin," said the Duc de Guise from under his hood. "Look on yourself as dead to the world, and do not force your subjects to shed the blood of a man who has been their king." "I will not be forced." "I feared so," said the duke to his sister. Then turning to his brother, "Let everyone arm and prepare," said he. "For what?" cried the king, in a miserable tone. "For anything." The king's despair redoubled. "Corbleu!" cried Gorenflot, "I hated you before, Valois, but now I despise you. Sign, or you shall perish by my hand." "Have patience," said the king. "Let me pray to my divine master for resignation." "He wishes to reflect again," said Gorenflot. "Give him till midnight," said the cardinal. "Thanks, charitable Christian," cried the king. "His brain is weak," said the duke. "We serve France by dethroning him." "I shall have great pleasure in clipping him," said the duchess. Suddenly a noise was heard outside, and soon they distinguished blows struck on the door of the abbey, and Mayenne went to see what it was. "My brothers," said he, "there is a troop of armed men outside."
"They have come to seek him," said the duchess.
"The more reason that he should sign quickly." "Sign, Valois, sign!" roared Gorenflot.
"You gave me till midnight," said the king piteously.
"Ah, you hope to be rescued."
"He shall die if he does not sign," cried the duchess.
Gorenflot offered him the pen. The noise outside redoubled. "A new troop!" cried a monk. "They are surrounding the abbey." "The Swiss," cried Foulon, "are advancing on the right." "Well, we will defend ourselves. With such a hostage in our hands, we need not surrender." "He has signed!" cried Gorenflot, tearing the paper from Henri, who buried his face in his hands. "Then you are king!" cried the cardinal to the duke. "Take the precious paper." The king overturned the little lamp which alone lighted the scene, but the duke already held the parchment. "What shall we do?" said a monk. "Here is Crillon, with his guards, threatening to break in the doors." "In the king's name!" cried the powerful voice of Crillon. "There is no king!" cried Gorenflot through the window. "Who says that?" cried Crillon. "I." "Break in the doors, Monsieur Crillon," said a voice from outside, a voice which made the hair of all the monks, real and pretended, stand on end. "Yes, sire," replied Crillon, giving a tremendous blow with a hatchet on the door. "What do you want?" said the prior, going to the window. "Ah, it is you, M. Foulon," said the same voice. "I want my jester, who is in one of your cells. I want Chicot. I am ennuyé at the Louvre." "And I have been much amused, my son," said Chicot, throwing off his hood, and pushing his way through the crowd of monks, who recoiled with a cry of terror. At this moment the Duc de Guise, advancing to a lamp, read the signature obtained with so much labor. It was Chicot I. "Chicot!" cried he. "Thousand devils!" "Let us fly," said the cardinal, "we are lost." "Ah!" cried Chicot, turning to Gorenflot, who was nearly fainting, and he began to strike him with the cord he had round his waist. CHAPTER 88. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 89 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 89. Interest and Capital. As the king spoke and the conspirators listened, they passed from astonishment to terror. Chicot I relinquished his role of apparent terror, threw back his hood, crossed his arms, and, while Gorenflot fled at his utmost speed, sustained, firm and smiling, the first shock. It was a terrible moment, for the gentlemen, furious at the mystification of which they had been the dupes, advanced menacingly on the Gascon. But this unarmed man, his breast covered only by his arms, this laughing face, stopped them still more than the remonstrance of the cardinal, who said to them that Chicot's death could serve no end, but on the contrary would be terribly avenged by the king, who was the jester's accomplice in the scene of terrible buffoonery. The result was that daggers and rapiers were lowered before Chicot, who continued to laugh in their faces. However, the king's menaces and Crillon's blows became more vehement, and it was evident that the door could not long resist such an attack. Thus, after a moment's deliberation, the Duc de Guise gave the order for retreat. This order made Chicot smile, for, during his nights with Gorenflot, he had examined the cave and found out the door, of which he had informed the king, who had placed there Tourneau, lieutenant of the Swiss guards. It was then evident that the leaguers, one after another, were about to throw themselves into the trap. The cardinal made off first, followed by about 20 gentlemen. Then Chicot saw the duke pass with about the same number, and afterwards Mayenne. When Chicot saw him go, he laughed outright. 10 minutes passed, during which he listened earnestly, thinking to hear the noise of the leaguers sent back into the cave, but to his astonishment, the sound continued to go further and further off. His laugh began to change into oaths. Time passed, and the leaguers did not return. Had they seen that the door was guarded and found another way out? Chicot was about to rush from the cell, when all at once the door was obstructed by a mass, which fell at his feet and began to tear its hair. "Ah, wretch that I am!" cried the monk. "Oh, my good Monsieur Chicot, pardon me, pardon me!" How did Gorenflot, who went first, return now alone? Was the question that presented itself to Chicot's mind. "Oh, my good Monsieur Chicot!" he continued to cry, "pardon your unworthy friend, who repents at your knees." "But how is it you have not fled with the others?" "Because the Lord in his anger has struck me with obesity, and I could not pass where the others did. Oh, unlucky stomach! Oh, miserable paunch!" cried the monk, striking with his two hands the part he apostrophized. "Ah, why am I not thin like you, Monsieur Chicot?" Chicot understood nothing of the lamentations of the monk. "But the others are flying, then?" cried he, in a voice of thunder. "Pardieu! What should they do? Wait to be hung? Oh, unlucky paunch!" "Silence, and answer me." "Interrogate me, Monsieur Chicot. You have the right." "How are the others escaping?" "As fast as they can." "So I imagine, but where?" "By the hole." "Mordieu, what hole?" "The hole in the cemetery cellar." "Is that what you call the cave?" "Oh, no, the door of that was guarded outside. The great cardinal, just as he was about to open it, heard a Swiss say, 'Mich dwistel,' which means, 'I am thirsty.'" "Ventre de biche! So then they took another way?" "Yes, Monsieur Chicot, they are getting out through the cellar." "How does that run?" "From the crypt to the Porte St. Jacques." "You lie. I should have seen them repass before this cell." "No, dear Monsieur Chicot, they thought they had not time for that, so they are creeping out through the air hole." "What hole?" "One which looks into the garden, and serves to light the cellar." "So that you—" "I was too big, and could not pass, and they drew me back by my legs, because I intercepted the way for the others." "Then he who is bigger than you—" "He? Who?" "Oh, Holy Virgin! I promise you that a dozen wax candles if he also cannot pass." "Monsieur Chicot!" "Get up." The monk raised himself from the ground as quickly as he could. "Now lead me to the hole." "Where you wish." "Go on, then, wretch." Gorenflot went on as fast as he was able, while Chicot indulged himself by giving him a few blows with the cord. They traversed the corridor, and descended into the garden. "Here, this way," cried Gorenflot. "Hold your tongue, and go on." "There it is." And exhausted by his efforts, the monk sank on the grass, while Chicot, hearing groans, advanced and saw something protruding through the hole. By the side of this something lay a frock and a sword. It was evident that the individual in the hole had taken off successively all the loose clothing, which increased his size, and yet, like Gorenflot, he was making useless efforts to get through. "Mordieu! Ventrebleu! Sang Dien!" cried a stifled voice. "I would rather pass through the midst of the guards. Do not pull so hard, my friends, I shall come through gradually. I feel that I advance, not quickly, it is true, but I do advance." "Ventre de biche!" murmured Chicot, "it is M. de Mayenne. Holy Virgin, you have gained your candles!" And he made a noise with his feet like some one running fast. "They are coming!" cried several voices from inside. "All!" cried Chicot, as if out of breath. "It is you, miserable monk!" "Say nothing, monseigneur," murmured the voices. "He takes you for Gorenflot." "Ah, it is you, heavy mass! Pondus immobile, it is you, indigesta moles!" And at each apostrophe Chicot arrived at last at his desired vengeance, let fall the cord with all the weight of his arm on the body before him. "Silence!" whispered the voices again. "He takes you for Gorenflot." Mayenne only uttered groans and made immense efforts to get through. "Ha! Conspirator!" cried Chicot again. "Ah! Unworthy monk! This is for your drunkenness, this is for your idleness, this for anger, this for greediness, and this for all the vices you have." "Monsieur Chicot, have pity," whispered Gorenflot. "And here, traitor, this is for your treason," continued Chicot. "Ah! Why did it not please God to substitute for your vulgar carcass the high and mighty shoulders of the Duc de Mayenne, to whom I owe a volley of blows, the interest of which has been accumulating for 7 years?" "Chicot!" cried the duke. "Yes, Chicot, unworthy servant of the king, who wishes he had the 100 arms of Briareus for this occasion." And he redoubled his blows with such violence that the sufferer, making a tremendous effort, pushed himself through and fell torn and bleeding into the arms of his friends. Chicot's last blow fell into empty space. He turned and saw that the true Gorenflot had fainted with terror. End of chapter 89. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 90 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 90. What was passing near the Bastille while Chicot was paying his debt to Y. de Mayenne. It was 11 at night, and the Duc d'Anjou was waiting impatiently at home for a messenger from the Duc de Guise. He walked restlessly up and down, looking every minute at the clock. All at once he heard a noise in the courtyard, and thinking it was the messenger, he ran to the window, but it was a groom leading up and down a horse which was waiting for its master, who almost immediately came out. It was Bussy, who, as captain of the duke's guards, came to give the password for the night. The duke, seeing this handsome and brave young man, of whom he had never had reason to complain, experienced an instant's remorse, but on his face he read so much joy, hope, happiness, that all his jealousy returned. However, Bussy, ignorant that the duke was watching him, jumped into his saddle and rode off to his own hotel, where he gave his horse to the groom. There he saw Rémy. "Ah, you, Rémy." "Myself, monsieur." "Not yet in bed?" "I have just come in. Indeed, since I have no longer a patient, it seems to me that the days have 48 hours." "Are you ennuyé?" "I fear so." "Then Gertrude is abandoned?" "Perfectly." "You grew tired?" "Of being beaten. That was how her love showed itself." "And does your heart not speak for her tonight?" "Why tonight?" "Because I would have taken you with me." "To the Bastile?" "Yes." "You are going there?" "Yes." "And Monsoreau?" "Is at Compiègne, preparing a chase for the king." "Are you sure, monsieur?" "The order was given publicly this morning." "Ah, well, Jourdain, my sword." "You have changed your mind?" "I will accompany you to the door, for 2 reasons." "What are they?" "Firstly, lest you should meet any enemies." Bussy smiled. "Oh, mon Dieu, I know you fear no one, and that Rémy the doctor is but a poor companion. Still, 2 men are not so likely to be attacked as one. Secondly, because I have a great deal of good advice to give you." "Come, my dear Rémy, come, we will speak of her, and next to the pleasure of seeing the woman you love, I know none greater than talking of her." Bussy then took the arm of the young doctor, and they set off. Rémy, on the way, tried hard to induce Bussy to return early, insisting that he would be more fit for his duel on the morrow. Bussy smiled. "Fear nothing," said he. "Ah, my dear master, Tomorrow you ought to fight like Hercules against Antaeus, like Theseus against the Minotaur, like Bayard, like something Homeric, gigantic, impossible. I wish people to speak of it in future times as the combat par excellence, and in which you had not even received a scratch." "Be easy, my dear Rémy, you shall see wonders. This morning I put swords in the hands of 4 fencers, who during 8 minutes could not touch me once, while I tore their doublets to pieces." So conversing, they arrived in the Rue St. Antoine. "Adieu, here we are," said Bussy. "Shall I wait for you?" "Why?" "To make sure that you will return before 2 o'clock, and have at least 5 or 6 hours sleep before your duel." "If I give you my word—" "Oh, that will be enough. Bussy's word is never doubted." "You have it, then." "Then adieu, monsieur." "Adieu, Rémy." Rémy watched, and saw Bussy enter, not this time by the window, but boldly through the door which Gertrude opened for him. Then Rémy turned to go home, but he had only gone a few steps when he saw coming towards him 5 armed men wrapped in cloaks. When they arrived about 10 yards from him, they said good night to each other, and 4 went off in different directions, while the 5th remained stationary. "Monsieur de St. Luc?" said Rémy. "Rémy!" "Rémy in person. Is it an indiscretion to ask what your lordship does at this hour so far from the Louvre?" "Ma foi, I am examining, by the king's order, the physiognomy of the city. He said to me, 'St. Luc, walk about the streets of Paris, and if you hear any one say I have abdicated, contradict him.'" "And have you heard it?" "Nowhere; and as it is just midnight, I have met no one but M. de Monsoreau. I have dismissed my friends, and am about to return." "M. de Monsoreau?" "Yes." "You met him?" "With a troop of armed men, 10 or 12 at least." "Impossible." "Why so?" "He ought to be at Compiègne." "He ought to be, but he is not." "But the king's order?" "Bah! who obeys the king?" "Did he know you?" "I believe so." "You were but 5?" "My 4 friends and I." "And he did not attack you?" "On the contrary, he avoided me, which astonished me, as on seeing him I expected a terrible battle." "Where was he going?" "To the Rue de Tixanderie." "Ah! mon Dieu!" "What?" "M. de St. Luc, a great misfortune is about to happen." "To whom?" "To M. de Bussy." "Bussy! Speak, Rémy, I am his friend, you know." "Oh! M. de Bussy thought him at Compiègne." "Well?" "And profiting by his absence, is with Madame de Monsoreau." "Ah!" "Do you not see? He has had suspicions, and has feigned to depart, that he might appear unexpectedly." "Ah! it is the Duc d'Anjou's doing, I believe. Have you good lungs, Rémy?" "Corbleu! like a blacksmith's bellows." "Well, let us run. You know the house?" "Yes." "Go on, then." And the young men set off like hunted deer. "Is he much in advance of us?" said Rémy. "About a quarter of an hour." "If we do but arrive in time." CHAPTER XC. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 91 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 91. The Assassination. Bussy himself, without disquietude or hesitation, had been received by Diana without fear, for she believed herself sure of the absence of M. de Monsoreau. Never had this beautiful woman been more beautiful, nor Bussy more happy. She was moved, however, by fears for the morrow's combat, now so near, and she repeated to him again and again the anxiety she felt about it, and questioned him as to the arrangements he had made for flight. To conquer was not all. There was afterwards the king's anger to avoid, for it was not probable that he would ever pardon the death or defeat of his favorites.
"And then," said she, "are you not acknowledged to be the bravest man in France? Why make it a point of honor to augment your glory? You are already superior to other men, and you do not wish to please any other woman but me, Louis. Therefore, guard your life, or rather, for I think there is not a man in France capable of killing you, Louis, I should say, take care of wounds, for you may be wounded. Indeed, it was through a wound received in fighting with these same men that I first made your acquaintance."
"Make yourself easy," said Bussy, smiling. "I will take care of my face. I shall not be disfigured."
"Oh, take care of yourself altogether. Think of the grief you would experience if you saw me brought home wounded and bleeding, and that I should feel the same grief on seeing your blood. Be prudent, my too courageous hero, that is all I ask. Act like the Roman of whom you read to me the other day. Let your friends fight, aid the one who needs it most, but if two men attack you, fly. You can turn like Horatius and kill them one after another."
"Yes, my dear Diana."
"Oh, you reply without hearing me, Louis. You look at me and do not listen."
"But I see you, and you are beautiful."
"Do not think of my beauty just now, mon Dieu. It is your life I am speaking of. Stay, I will tell you something that will make you more prudent. I shall have the courage to witness this duel."
"You?"
"I shall be there."
"Impossible, Diana."
"No, listen. There is, in the room next to this, a window looking into a little court, but with a side view of the Tournelle."
"Yes, I remember. The window from which I threw crumbs to the birds the other day."
"From there I can have a view of the ground. Therefore, above all things, take care to stand so that I can see you. You will know that I am there, but do not look at me, lest your enemy should profit by it."
"And kill me, while I had my eyes fixed upon you. If I had to choose my death, Diana, that is the one I should prefer."
"Yes, but now you are not going to die, but live."
"And I will live; therefore tranquilize yourself, Diana. Besides, I am well seconded. You do not know my friends. Antragues uses his sword as well as I do. Ribeirac is so steady on the ground that his eyes and his arms alone seem to be alive, and Livarot is as active as a tiger. Believe me, Diana, I wish there were more danger, for there would be more honor."
"Well, I believe you, and I smile in hope, but listen and promise to obey me."
"Yes, if you do not tell me to leave."
"It is just what I am about to do. I appeal to your reason."
"Then you should not have made me mad."
"No, nonsense, but obedience. That is the way to prove your love."
"Order, then."
"Dear friend, you want a long sleep. Go home."
"Not already."
"Yes, I am going to pray for you."
"Pray now, then." As he spoke, a pane of the window flew into pieces, then the window itself, and three armed men appeared on the balcony, while a fourth was climbed over. This one had his face covered with a mask, and held in his right hand a sword, and in his left a pistol. Bussy remained paralyzed for a moment by the dreadful cry uttered by Diana at this sight. The masked man made a sign, and the three others advanced. Bussy put Diana back and drew his sword. "Come, my brave fellows," said a sepulchral voice from under the mask, "he is already half dead with fear." "You are wrong," said Bussy, "I never feel fear." Diana drew near him. "Go back, Diana," said he, but she threw herself on his neck. "You will get me killed," said he, and she drew back. "Ah!" said the masked man, "it is M. de Bussy, and I would not believe it, fool that I was. Really, what a good and excellent friend. He learns that the husband is absent, and has left his wife alone, and fears she may be afraid, so he comes to her company, although on the eve of a duel. I repeat, he is a good and excellent friend." "Ah! it is you, M. de Monsoreau," said Bussy. "Throw off your mask." "I will," said he, doing so. Diana uttered another cry. The comte was as pale as a corpse, but he smiled like a demon. "Let us finish, monsieur," said Bussy. "It was very well for Homer's heroes, who were demigods, to talk before they fought, but I am a man. Attack me, or let me pass." Monsoreau replied by a laugh which made Diana shudder, but raised Bussy's anger. "Let me pass!" cried he. "Ho, ho, ho! Then draw and have done. I wish to go home, and I live far off." During this time, two other men mounted into the balcony. "2 and 4 make 6," said Bussy. "Where are the others?" "Waiting at the door." Diana fell on her knees, and in spite of her efforts, Bussy heard her sobs. "My dear comte," said he, "you know I am a man of honor." "Yes, you are, and madame is a faithful wife." "Good, monsieur, you are severe, but perhaps it is deserved. Only, as I have a prior engagement with 4 gentlemen, I beg to be allowed to retire tonight, and I pledge my word you shall find me again, when and where you will." Monsoreau shrugged his shoulders. "I swear to you, monsieur," said Bussy, "that when I have satisfied MM. Quelus, Schomberg, D'Epernon, and Maugiron, I shall be at your service. If they kill me, your vengeance will be satisfied, and if not—" Monsoreau turned to his men. "On, on, my brave fellows," said he. "Oh," said Bussy, "I was wrong. It is not a duel, but an assassination." "Yes." "We were each deceived with regard to the other. But remember, monsieur, that the Duc d'Anjou will avenge me." "It was he who sent me." Diana groaned. Instantaneously Bussy overturned the prie-dieu, drew a table towards him, and threw a chair over all, so that in a second he had formed a kind of rampart between himself and his enemies. This movement had been so rapid that the ball fired at him from the arquebus only struck the prie-dieu. Diana sobbed aloud. Bussy glanced at her and then at his assailants, crying, "Come on, but take care, for my sword is sharp." The men advanced, and one tried to seize the prie-dieu, but before he reached it, Bussy's sword pierced his arm. The man uttered a cry and fell back. Bussy then heard rapid steps in the corridor, and thought he was surrounded. He flew to the door to lock it, but before he could reach it, it was opened, and 2 men rushed in. "Ah, dear master," cried a well-known voice, "are we in time?" "Rémy!" "And I," cried a second. "It seems they are attempting assassination here." "St. Luc!" cried Bussy joyfully. "Ha, ha, Monsieur de Monsoreau, I think now you will do well to let us pass, for if you do not, we will pass over you." "3 more men!" cried Monsoreau, and they saw 3 new assailants appear on the balcony. "They are an army," cried St. Luc. "Oh, God protect him!" cried Diana. "Wretch!" cried Monsoreau, and he advanced to strike her. Bussy saw the movement. Agile as a tiger, he bounded on him and touched him in the throat, but the distance was too great, it was only a scratch. 5 or 6 men rushed on Bussy, but one fell beneath the sword of St. Luc. "Rémy!" cried Bussy, "carry away Diana." Monsoreau uttered a yell and snatched a pistol from one of the men. Rémy hesitated. "But you," said he. "Away, away, I confide her to you." "Come, madame," said Rémy.
"Never, I will never leave him."
Rémy seized her in his arms.
"Bussy, help me, Bussy!"
cried Diana, for anyone who separated her from Bussy seemed an enemy to her. "Go," Bussy cried, "I will rejoin you." At this moment Monsoreau fired, and Bussy saw Rémy totter, and then fall, dragging Diana with him. Bussy uttered a cry and turned. "It is nothing, master," said Rémy. "It was I who received the ball. She is safe." As Bussy turned, 3 men threw themselves on him. St. Luc rushed forward, and one of them fell. 2 others drew back. "St. Luc," cried Bussy, "by her you love, save Diana." "But you—" "I am a man." St. Luc rushed to Diana, seized her in his arms, and disappeared through the door. "Here, my men, from the staircase!" shouted Monsoreau. "Ah, coward!" cried Bussy. Monsoreau retreated behind his men. Bussy gave a backstroke and a thrust. With the first he cleft open a head, with the second pierced a breast. "That clears," cried he. "Fly, master," cried Remy. "Diana must save herself first," murmured he. "Take care," cried Remy again, as 4 men rushed in through the door from the staircase. Bussy saw himself between 2 troops, but his only cry was, "Ah, Diana!" Then, without losing a second, he rushed on the 4 men, and taken by surprise, 2 fell, 1 dead, 1 wounded. Then, as Monsoreau advanced, he retreated again behind his rampart. "Push the bolts and turn the key," cried Monsoreau. "We have him now." During this time, by a great effort, Remy had dragged himself before Bussy, and added his body to the rampart. There was an instant's pause. Bussy looked around him. 7 men lay stretched on the ground, but 9 remained, and seeing these 9 swords, and hearing Monsoreau encouraging them, this brave man, who had never known fear, saw plainly before him the image of death, beckoning him with its gloomy smile. "I may kill 5 more," thought he, "but the other 4 will kill me. I have strength for 10 minutes more combat. In that 10 minutes let me do what man never did before." And rushing forward, he gave 3 thrusts, and 3 times he pierced the leather of a shoulder belt or the buff of a jacket, and 3 times a stream of blood followed. During this time he had parried 20 blows with his left arm, and his cloak, which he had wrapped around it, was hacked to pieces. The men changed their tactics. Seeing 2 of their number fall and 1 retire, they renounced the sword, and some tried to strike with the butt ends of their muskets, while others fired at him with pistols. He avoided the balls by jumping from side to side, or by stooping, for he seemed not only to see, hear, and act, but to divine every movement of his enemies, and appeared more than a man, or only man, because he was mortal. Then he thought that to kill Monsoreau would be the best way to end the combat, and sought him with his eyes among his assailants, but he stood in the background, loading the pistols for his men. However, Bussy rushed forward, and found himself face to face with him. He who held a loaded pistol fired, and the ball, striking Bussy's sword, broke it off 6 inches from the handle. "Disarmed!" cried Monsoreau. Bussy drew back, picking up his broken blade, and in an instant it was fastened to the handle with a handkerchief, and the battle recommenced, presenting the extraordinary spectacle of a man almost without arms, but also almost without wounds, keeping 6 enemies at bay, and with 10 corpses at his feet for a rampart. When the fight began again, Monsoreau commenced to draw away the bodies, lest Bussy should snatch a sword from one of them. Bussy was surrounded, the blade of his sword bent and shook in his hand, and fatigue began to render his arm heavy, when suddenly one of the bodies, raising itself, pushed a rapier into his hand. It was Remy's last act of devotion. Bussy uttered a cry of joy, and threw away his broken sword. At the same moment Monsoreau fired at Remy, and the ball entered his brain. This time he fell to rise no more. Bussy uttered a cry. His strength seemed to return to him, and he whirled round his sword in a circle, cutting through a wrist at his right hand, and laying open a cheek at his left. Exhausted by the effort, he let his right arm fall for a moment, while with his left he tried to undraw the bolts behind him. During this second he received a ball in his thigh, and 2 swords touched his side, but he had unfastened the bolt, and turned the key. Sublime with rage, he rushed on Monsoreau, and wounded him in the breast. "Ah!" cried Bussy, "I begin to think I shall escape." The 4 men rushed on him, but they could not touch him, and were repulsed with blows. Monsoreau approached him twice more, and twice more was wounded, but 3 men seized hold of the handle of his sword, and tore it from him. He seized a stool of carved wood, and struck 3 blows with it, and knocked down 2 men, but it broke on the shoulder of the 3rd, who sent his dagger into Bussy's breast. Bussy seized him by the wrist, forced the dagger from him, and stabbed him to the heart. The last man jumped out of the window. Bussy made 2 steps to follow him, but Monsoreau, raising himself from the floor where he was lying, wounded him in the leg with his dagger. The young man seized a sword which lay near, and plunged it so vigorously into his breast that he pinned him to the floor. "Ha, ha!" cried Bussy, "I do not know if I shall live, but at least I shall have seen you die." Bussy dragged himself to the corridor, his wounds bleeding fearfully. He threw a last glance behind him. The moon was shining brilliantly, and its light penetrated this room, inundated with blood, and illuminated the walls, pierced by balls and hacked by blows, and lighted up the pale faces of the dead, which even then seemed to preserve the fierce look of assassins. Bussy, at the sight of this field of battle, peopled by him with slain, nearly dying as he was, experienced a feeling of pride. As he had intended, he had done what no man had done before him. There now remained to him only to fly. But all was not over for the unfortunate young man. On arriving on the staircase, he saw arms shine in the courtyard. Someone fired, and the ball pierced his shoulder. The court being guarded, he thought of the little window where Diana had said she would sit to see the combat, and as quickly as he could, he dragged himself there, and locked the door behind him. Then he mounted the window with great difficulty, and measured the distance with his eyes, wondering if he could jump to the other side. "Oh, I shall never have the strength," cried he. But at that moment he heard steps coming up the staircase. It was the second troop mounting. He collected all his strength and made a spring, but his foot slipped, and he fell on the iron spikes, which caught his clothes, and he hung suspended. He thought only of his friend. "St. Luc!" cried he. "Help, St. Luc!" "Ah, it is you, Monsieur de Bussy!" answered a voice from behind some trees. Bussy shuddered, for it was not the voice of St. Luc. "St. Luc!" cried he again, "come to me. Diana is safe. I have killed Monsoreau."
"Ah, Monsoreau is killed?" said the same voice.
"Yes." Then Bussy saw two men come out from behind the trees.
"Gentlemen," cried he, "in Heaven's name, help an unfortunate nobleman, who may still escape if you aid him."
"What do you say, monseigneur?" said one. "Imprudent," said the other. "Monseigneur," cried Bussy, who heard the conversation, "deliver me, and I will pardon you for betraying me."
"Do you hear?" said the duke.
"What do you order?"
"That you deliver him from his sufferings,"
said he, with a kind of laugh. Bussy turned his head to look at the man who laughed at such a time, and at the same instant an arquebuse was discharged into his breast. "Cursed assassin! Oh, Diana!" murmured he, and fell back dead. "Is he dead?" cried several men, who, after forcing the door, appeared at the windows. "Yes," said Aurilly, "but fly. Remember that his highness the Duc d'Anjou was the friend and protector of M. de Bussy." The men instantly made off, and when the sound of their steps was lost, the duke said,
"Now, Aurilly, go up into the room and throw out of the window the body of Monsoreau."
Aurilly obeyed, and the blood fell over the clothes of the duke, who, however, raised the coat of the dead man, and drew out the paper which he had signed.
"This is all I wanted," said he. "Now let us go."
"And Diana?"
"Ma foi, I care no more for her. Untie her and St. Luc, and let them go."
Aurilly disappeared.
"I shall not be king of France," murmured the duke, "but, at all events, I shall not be beheaded for high treason."
CHAPTER 91. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 92 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 92. How Brother Gorenflot found himself more than ever between a gallows and an abbey. The guard placed to catch the conspirators got none of them, they all escaped, as we have seen. Therefore, when Crillon at last broke open the door, he found the place deserted and empty. In vain they opened doors and windows, in vain the king cried, "Chicot!" No one answered. "Can they have killed him?" said he. "Mordieu! If they have, they shall pay for it." Chicot did not reply, because he was occupied in beating M. de Mayenne, which gave him so much pleasure that he neither heard nor saw what was passing. However, when the duke had disappeared, he heard and recognized the royal voice. "Here, my son, here!" cried he, trying at the same time to raise Gorenflot, who, beginning to recover himself, cried, "Monsieur Chicot!" "You are not dead, then?" "My good Monsieur Chicot, you will not give me up to my enemies?" "Wretch!" Gorenflot began to howl and wring his hands. "I, who have had so many good dinners with you," continued Gorenflot, I who drank so well that you always called me the king of the sponges. I who loved so much the capons you used to order at the Corne d'Abondance that I never left anything but the bones." This climax appeared sublime to Chicot, and determined him to clemency. "Here they are, mon Dieu!" cried Gorenflot, vainly trying to rise. "Here they come! I am lost! Oh, good Monsieur Chicot, help me!" And finding he could not rise, he threw himself with his face to the ground. "Get up," said Chicot. "Do you pardon me?" "We shall see." "You have beaten me so much." Chicot laughed. The poor monk fancied he had received the blows given to Mayenne. You laugh, Monsieur Chicot?" "I do, animal." "Then I shall live?" "Perhaps." "You would not laugh if your Gorenflot was about to die?" "It does not depend upon me, but on the king. He alone has the power of life and death." At this moment lights appeared, and a crowd of embroidered dresses and swords shining in the light of the torches. "Ah, Chicot, my dear Chicot, how glad I am to see you!" cried the king. "You hear, good Monsieur Chicot," whispered Gorenflot, "this great prince is glad to see you." "Well?" "Well, in happiness he would not refuse you a favor. Ask for my pardon." "What, from Herod?" "Oh, silence, dear Monsieur Chicot." "Well, sire, how many have you caught?" said Chicot, advancing. "Confiteor," said Gorenflot. "Not one," said Crillon. "The traitors must have found some opening unknown to us." "It is probable." "But you saw them?" said the king. "All." "You recognized them, no doubt?" "No, sire." "Not recognized them?" "That is to say, I recognized only one." "Who was that?" "M. de Mayenne." "M. de Mayenne, to whom you owed—" "Yes, sire, we are quits." "Ah! tell me about that, Chicot." "Afterwards, my son; now let us think of the present." "Confiteor," replied Gorenflot. "Ah! you have made a prisoner," said Crillon, laying his large hand on the monk's shoulder. Chicot was silent for a minute, leaving Gorenflot a prey to all the anguish of such profound terror that he nearly fainted again. At last Chicot said, "Sire, look well at this monk." "The preacher Gorenflot?" cried Henri. "Confiteor, confiteor," repeated he. "Himself," said Chicot. "He who—" "Just so," interrupted Chicot. "Ah! Gorenflot shook with terror, for he heard the sounds of swords clashing. "Wait," said Chicot, "the king must know all." And taking him aside, "My son," said he, "thank God for having permitted this holy man to be born 35 years ago, for it was he who saved us all." "How so?" "It was he who recounted to me the whole plot, from the Alpha to the Omega." "When?" "About a week ago, so that if ever your majesty's enemies catch him, he will be a dead man." Gorenflot heard only the last words, "a dead man," and he covered his face with his hands. "Worthy man," said the king, casting a benevolent look on the mass of flesh before him, "we will cover him with our protection." Gorenflot perceived the nature of the look, and began to feel relieved. "You will do well, my king," said Chicot. "What must we do with him?" "I think that as long as he remains in Paris he will be in danger." "If I gave him guards?" Gorenflot heard this proposition of Henri's. "Well," thought he, "I shall get off with imprisonment. I prefer that to the beating, if they only feed me well." "Oh, no, that is needless," said Chicot, "if you will allow me to take him with me." "Where?" "Home." "Well, take him, and then return to the Louvre." "Get up, reverend father," said Chicot. "He mocks me," murmured Gorenflot. "Get up, brute!" whispered Chicot, giving him a sly kick. "Ah, I have deserved it," cried Gorenflot. "What does he say?" asked the king. "Sire, he is thinking over all his fatigues and his tortures, and when I promised him your protection, he said, 'Oh, I have well merited that.'" "Poor devil," said the king, "take good care of him." "Oh, be easy, sire, he will want for nothing with me." "Oh, Monsieur Chicot, dear Monsieur Chicot," cried Gorenflot, "where am I to be taken?" "You will know soon. Meanwhile, monster of iniquity, thank his majesty." "What for?" "Thank him, I tell you." "Sire," stammered Gorenflot, "since your gracious majesty—" "Yes," interrupted Henri, "I know all you did for me in your journey from Lyons on the evening of the League, and again to day. Be easy, you shall be recompensed according to your merits." Gorenflot sighed. "Where is Panurge?" said Chicot. "In the stable, poor beast." "Well, go and fetch him, and return to me." "Yes, Monsieur Chicot." And the monk went away as fast as he could, much astonished not to be followed by guards. "Now, my son," said Chicot, "keep 20 men for your own escort, and send 10 with M. Crillon to the Hôtel d'Anjou, and let them bring your brother here." "Why?" "That he may not escape a second time." "Did my brother—" "Have you repented following my advice to day?" "No, par la mordieu." "Then do what I tell you." Henri gave the order to Crillon, who set off at once. "And you?" said Henri. "Oh, I am waiting for my saint." "And you will rejoin me at the Louvre?" "In an hour. Go, my son." Henri went, and Chicot, proceeding to the stables, met Gorenflot coming out on his ass. The poor devil had not an idea of endeavoring to escape from the fate that he thought awaited him. "Come, come," said Chicot, "we are waited for." Gorenflot made no resistance, but he shed many tears. CHAPTER XCII. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 93 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 93, where Chicot guesses why D'Epernon had blood on his feet and none in his cheeks. The king, returning to the Louvre, found his friends peacefully asleep, except D'Epernon, whose bed was empty. "Not come in yet, how imprudent," murmured the king to Chicot, who had also returned, and was standing with them by the beds. "The fool, having to fight to morrow with a man like Bussy, and to take no more care than this. Let them seek M. d'Epernon," said he, going out of the room and speaking to an usher. "M. d'Epernon is just coming in, sire," replied the man. Indeed, D'Epernon came softly along, thinking to glide unperceived to his room. On seeing the king, he looked confused. "Ah, here you are at last," said Henri. "Come here and look at your friends. They are wise, they understand the importance of the duel to morrow, but you, instead of praying and sleeping like them, have been running about the streets. Corbleu! How pale you are! What will you look like to morrow?" D'Epernon was indeed pale, but at the king's remark he colored. "Now go to bed," continued Henri, "and sleep if you can." "Why not?" "Much time you will have. You are to fight at daybreak, and at this time of year the sun rises at 4. It is now 2. You have but 2 hours to sleep." 2 hours well employed go a long way." "You will sleep, then?" "Well, sire." "I do not believe it." "Why not?" "Because you are agitated; you think of to morrow." "I will sleep, sire, if your majesty will only let me." "That is just," said Chicot. Indeed, D'Epernon undressed and got into bed, with a calm and satisfied look, that seemed both to the king and Chicot to augur well. "He is as brave as Cæsar," said the king. "So brave that I do not understand it," said Chicot. "See, he sleeps already." Chicot approached the bed to look. "Oh!" said he. "What is it?" "Look!" and he pointed to D'Epernon's boots. "Blood! He has been walking in blood." "Can he be wounded?" said the king, anxiously. "Bah! he would have told us; and besides, unless he had been wounded like Achilles in the heel. See, the sleeve of his doublet is also spotted. What could have happened to him?" "Perhaps he has killed some one to keep his hand in." "It is singular. Well, tomorrow at least." "Today, you mean?" "Well, today I shall be tranquil." "Why so?" "Because those cursed Angevins will be killed." "You think so, Henri?" "I am sure of it. My friends are brave." "I never heard that the Angevins were cowards." "No, doubtless, but my friends are so strong. Look at Schomberg's arm. What a muscle!" "Ah! if you saw Antragues, is that all that reassures you?" "No, come, and I will show you something." "Where?" "In my room." "And this something makes you confident of victory?" "Yes." "Come, then." "Wait, and let me take leave of them. Adieu, my good friends," murmured the king, as he stooped and imprinted a light kiss on each of their foreheads. Chicot was not superstitious, but as he looked on, his imagination pictured a living man making his adieu to the dead. "It is singular," thought he, "I never felt so before. Poor fellows." As soon as the king quitted the room, D'Epernon opened his eyes, and jumping out of bed, began to efface, as well as he could, the spots of blood on his clothes. Then he went to bed again. As for Henri, he conducted Chicot to his room, and opened a long ebony coffer lined with white satin. "Look," said he. "Swords?" "Yes, but blessed swords, my dear friend." "Blessed by whom?" "By our holy father the Pope, who granted me this favor. To send this box to Rome and back cost me 20 horses and 4 men." "Are they sharp?" "Doubtless, but their great merit is that they are blessed." "Yes, I know that, but still I should like to be sure they are sharp." "Pagan!" "Let us talk of something else." "Well, be quick." "You want to sleep?" "No, to pray." "In that case we will talk. Have you sent for M. d'Anjou?" "Yes, he is waiting below." "What are you going to do to him?" "Throw him in the Bastile." "That is very wise, only choose a dungeon that is deep and safe, such, for example, as those which are occupied by the Constable de St. Paul, or Armagnac." "Oh, be easy." "I know where they sell good black velvet, my son." "Chicot, he is my brother." "Ah, true, the family mourning is violet. Shall you speak to him?" "Yes, certainly, if only to show him that his plots are discovered." "Humph! Do you disapprove?" "In your place I should cut short the conversation, and double the imprisonment." "Let them bring here the Duc d'Anjou," said the king. A minute after, the duke entered, very pale and disarmed. Crillon followed him. "Where did you find him?" asked the king. "Sire, his highness was not at home, but I took possession of his hotel in the king's name, and soon after he returned, and we arrested him without resistance." "That is fortunate." Then turning to the prince, he said, "Where were you, monsieur?" "Wherever I was, sire, be sure it was on your business." "I doubt it." François bowed. "Come, tell me where you were while your accomplices were being arrested." "My accomplices?" "Yes, your accomplices." "Sire, your majesty is making some mistake." "Oh, this time you shall not escape me. Your measure of crime is full." "Sire, be moderate. There is certainly someone who slanders me to you." "Wretch, you shall die of hunger in a cell of the Bastile."
I bow to your orders, whatever they may be."
"Hypocrite! But where were you?"
"Sire, I was serving your majesty, and working for the glory and tranquillity of your reign."
"Really, your audacity is great."
"Bah!" said Chicot, "tell us about it, my prince; it must be curious." "Sire, I would tell your majesty, had you treated me as a brother, but as you have treated me as a criminal, I will let the event speak for itself." Then bowing profoundly to the king, he turned to Crillon and the other officers, and said, "Now, which of you gentlemen will conduct the first prince of the blood to the Bastile?" Chicot had been reflecting, and a thought struck him. "Ah!" murmured he, "I believe I guess now why Monsieur d'Epernon had so much blood on his feet, and so little in his cheeks." CHAPTER 93. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 94 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 94. The morning of the combat. The king did not sleep all night, and very early in the morning he set off, accompanied by Chicot, to examine the ground where the combat was to take place. "Quelus will be exposed to the sun," said he. "He will have it at his right, just in his only eye, whereas Maugiron, who has good eyes, will be in the shade. That is badly managed. As for Schomberg, his place is good, but Quelus, my poor Quelus!" "Do not torment yourself so, my king, it is useless." "And D'Epernon, I am really unjust not to think of him, he who is to fight Bussy. Look at his place, Chicot. He who will have to give way constantly, for Bussy is like a tiger. He has a tree on his right and a ditch on his left." "Bah!" said Chicot, "I am not concerned about D'Epernon." "You are wrong, he will be killed." "Not he, be sure; he has taken precautions." "How so?" "He will not fight." "Did you not hear what he said before going to bed?" "That is just why I think he will not fight." "Incredulous and distrustful." "I know my Gascon, Henri; but if you will take my advice, you will return to the Louvre." "Do you think I can stay there during the combat?" "I do not wish you not to love your friends, but I do wish you not to leave M. d'Anjou alone at the Louvre." "Is not Crillon there?" "Crillon is only a buffalo, a rhinoceros, a wild boar, while your brother is the serpent, whose strength lies in his cunning." "You are right; I should have sent him to the Bastile." When Chicot and the king entered, the young men were being dressed by their valets. "Good morning, gentlemen," said he. "I find you all in good spirits, I hope." "Yes, sire," said Quelus. "You look gloomy, Maugiron." "Sire, I am superstitious, and I had bad dreams last night, so I am drinking a little wine to keep up my spirits." "My friend, remember that dreams are the impressions of the previous day, and have no influence on the morrow." "Yes, sire," said D'Epernon, "I also had bad dreams last night, but in spite of that, my hand is steady and fit for action." "Yes," said Chicot, "you dreamed you had blood on your boots, and that is not a bad dream, for it signifies that you will be a conqueror, like Alexander or Cæsar." "My friends," said Henri, "remember you fight only for honor. The past night has seated me firmly on my throne, therefore do not think of me, and above all things, no false bravery. You wish to kill your enemies, not to die yourselves." The gentlemen were now ready, and it only remained to take leave of their master. "Do you go on horseback?" asked he. "No, sire, on foot." They each kissed his hand, and D'Epernon said, "Sire, bless my sword." "Not so, D'Epernon, give up your sword. I have a better one for each of you. Chicot, bring them here."
"No, sire, send your captain of the guards. I am but a pagan, and they might lose their virtue by coming through my hands." "What are these swords, sire?" said Schomberg. "Italian swords, my son, forged at Milan." "Thanks, sire." "Now go, it is time," said the king, who could hardly control his emotion. "Sire," said Quelus, "shall we not have your majesty's presence to encourage us?" "No, that would not be right. You will be supposed to fight without any one being cognizant of it, and without my sanction. Let it appear to be the result of a private quarrel." When they were gone, the king threw himself down in tears. "Now," said Chicot, "I will go to see this duel, for I have an idea that something curious will happen with regard to D'Epernon." And he went off. Henri shut himself up in his room, first saying to Crillon, who knew what was to take place, "If we are conquerors, Crillon, come and tell me. If not, strike 3 blows on the door."
Chapter 94. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 95 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LXVI recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 95. The Friends of Bussy. The friends of the Duc d'Anjou had passed as good and tranquil a night as those of the king, although their master had not taken the same care of them. After a good supper, they had all retired to sleep at Antrag's house, which was nearest to the field of battle. Antragues, before supper, had gone to take leave of a little milliner whom he adored. Ribeirac had written to his mother, and Livarot had made his will. They were up early in the morning, and dressed themselves in red breeches and socks, that their enemies might not see their blood, and they had doublets of gray silk. They wore shoes without heels, and their pages carried their swords, that their arms might not be fatigued. The weather was splendid, for love, war, or walking, and the sun gilded the roofs, on which the night dew was sparkling. The streets were dry, and the air delightful. Before leaving the house, the young men had sent to the Hôtel d'Anjou to inquire for Bussy, and had received a reply that he had gone out the evening before, and had not yet returned. "Oh!" said Antragues, "I know where he is. The king ordered a grand chase at Compiègne, and M. de Monsoreau was to set off yesterday. It is all right, gentlemen, he is nearer the ground than we are, and may be there before us. We will call for him in passing." The streets were empty as they went along. No one was to be seen except peasants coming from Montreuil or Vincennes with milk or vegetables. The young men went on in silence until they reached the Rue St. Antoine. Then, with a smile, they glanced at Monsoreau's house. "One could see well from there, and I am sure poor Diana will be more than once at the window," said Antragues. "I think she must be there already," said Ribeirac, "for the window is open." "True, but what can be the meaning of that ladder before it?" "It is odd." "We are not the only ones to wonder," said Livarot. "See those peasants who are stopping their carts to look." The young men arrived under the balcony. "M. de Monsoreau!" they cried, "do you intend to present at our combat? If so, be quick, for we wish to arrive first." They waited, but no one answered. "Did you put up that ladder?" asked Antragues of a man who was examining the ground. "God forbid!" replied he. "Why so?" "Look up." "Blood!" cried Ribeirac. "The door has been forced," said Antragues, and seizing the ladder, he was on the balcony in a moment. "What is it?" cried the others, seeing him turn pale. A terrible cry was his only answer. Livarot mounted behind him. "Corpses! Death everywhere!" cried he, and they both entered the room. It bore horrible traces of the terrible combat of the previous night. A river of blood flowed over the room, and the curtains were hanging in strips from sword cuts. "Oh, poor Rémy!" cried Antragues, suddenly. "Dead?" "Yes." "But a regiment of troopers must have passed through the room," cried Livarot. Then, seeing the door of the corridor open, and traces of blood indicating that one or more of the combatants had also passed through there, he followed it. Meanwhile Antragues went into the adjoining room,
There also blood was everywhere, and this blood led to the window. He leaned out and looked into the little garden. The iron spikes still held the livid corpse of the unhappy Bussy. At this sight it was not a cry, but a yell that Antragues uttered. Livarot ran to see what it was, and Ribeirac followed. "Look," said Antragues, "Bussy's dead. Bussy assassinated and thrown out of the window." They ran down. "It is he!" cried Livarot. "His wrist is cut. He has 2 balls in his breast. He is full of wounds. Ah, poor Bussy! We will have vengeance." Turning round, they came against a second corpse. "Monsoreau!" cried Livarot. "What! Monsoreau also?" "Yes, pierced through and through." "Ah! they've assassinated all our friends." "And his wife, Madame de Monsoreau," cried Antragues, but no one answered. "Bussy, poor Bussy." "Yes, they wish to get rid of the most formidable of us all." "It is cowardly, it is infamous." "We will tell the duke." "No," said Antragues, "let us not charge anyone with the care of our vengeance. Look, my friends, at the noble face of the bravest of men. See his blood, that teaches that he never left his vengeance to any other person. Bussy, we will act like you, and we will avenge you." Then drawing his sword, he dipped it in Bussy's blood. "Bussy," said he, "I swear on your corpse that this blood shall be washed off by the blood of your enemies." "Bussy," cried the others, "we swear to kill them or die." "No mercy," said Antragues. "But we shall be but 3." "True, but we have assassinated no one, and God will strengthen the innocent. Adieu, Bussy." "Adieu, Bussy," replied the others, and they went out, pale but resolute, from that cursed house around which a crowd had begun to collect. Arriving on the ground, they found their opponents waiting for them. "Gentlemen," said Quelus, rising and bowing, "we have had the honor of waiting for you." "Excuse us," said Antragues, "but we should have been here before you but for one of our companions." "M. de Bussy?" said D'Epernon. "I do not see him. Where is he?" "We can wait for him," said Schomberg. "He will not come." All looked thunderstruck, but D'Epernon exclaimed, "Ah! the brave man, par excellence. Is he, then, afraid?" "That cannot be," said Quelus. "You are right, monsieur," said Livarot. "And why will he not come?" "Because he is dead." "Dead!" cried they all, but D'Epernon turned rather pale. "And dead because he has been assassinated," said Antragues. "Did you not know it, gentlemen?" "No, how should we?" "Besides, is it certain?" Antragues drew his sword. "So certain that here is his blood," said he. "M. de Bussy assassinated?" "His blood cries for vengeance. Do you not hear it, gentlemen?" said Ribeirac. "What do you mean?" "Seek whom the crime profits, the law says," replied Ribeirac. "Ah! gentlemen, will you explain yourselves?" cried Maugiron. "That is just what we have come for." "Quick, our swords are in our hands," said D'Epernon. "Oh! you are in a great hurry, Monsieur le Gascon. You did not crow so loud when we were 4 against 4." "Is it our fault, if you are only 3?" "Yes, it is your fault. He is dead because you preferred him lying in his blood to standing here. He is dead with his wrist cut, that wrist may no longer hold a sword. He is dead that you might not see the lightning of those eyes which dazzled you all. Do you understand me? Am I clear?" "Enough, gentlemen," said Quelus. "Retire, M. d'Epernon. We will fight 3 against 3. These gentlemen shall see if we are men to profit by a misfortune which we deplore as much as themselves. Come, gentlemen," added the young Maull, throwing his hat behind him, and raising his left hand, while he whirled his sword with his right. "God is our judge if we are assassins." "Ah, I hated you before," cried Schomberg, "and now I execrate you." "On your guard, gentlemen!" cried Antragues. "With doublets or without?" said Schomberg. "Without doublets, without shirts, our breasts bare, our hearts uncovered." The young men threw off their doublets and shirts. "I have lost my dagger," said Quelus; "it must have fallen on the road." "Or else you left it at M. de Monsoreau's in the Place de la Bastile," said Antragues. Quelus gave a cry of rage and drew his sword. "But he has no dagger, Monsieur Antragues," cried Chicot, who had just arrived. "So much the worse for him; it is not my fault," said Antragues. CHAPter 95. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 96 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 96. The Combat. The place where this terrible combat was to take place was sequestered and shaded by trees. It was generally frequented only by children who came to play there during the day, or by drunkards or robbers who made a sleeping place of it by night. Chicot, his heart palpitating, although he was not of a very tender nature, seated himself before the lackeys and pages, on a wooden balustrade. He did not love the Angevins, and detested the minions, but they were all young, brave men, and in their veins flowed a generous blood, which he was probably destined to see flow before long. D'Epernon made a last bravado. "What! you all are afraid of me?" he cried. "Hold your tongue," said Antragues. "Come away, bravest of the brave," said Chicot, "or else you will lose another pair of shoes." "What do you mean?" "I mean that there will be soon blood on the ground, and that you will walk in it as you did last night." D'Epernon became deadly pale, and moving away, he seated himself at some distance from Chicot. Combat began as 5 o'clock struck, and for a few minutes nothing was heard but the clashing of swords. Not a blow was struck. At last Schomberg touched Ribeirac in the shoulder, and the blood gushed out. Schomberg tried to repeat the blow, but Ribeirac stuck up his sword, and wounded him in the side. "Now let us rest a few seconds if you like," said Ribeirac. Quelus, having no dagger, was at a great disadvantage, for he was obliged to parry with his left arm, and as it was bare on each occasion it cost him a wound. His hand was soon bleeding in several places, and Antragues had also wounded him in the breast, but at each wound he repeated, "It is nothing." Livarot and Maugiron were still unwounded. Ribeirac and Schomberg recommenced. The former was pierced through the breast, and Schomberg was wounded in the neck. Ribeirac was mortally wounded, and Schomberg rushed on him and gave him another, but he with his right hand seized his opponent's, and with his left plunged his dagger into his heart. Schomberg fell back, dragging Ribeirac with him. Livarot ran to aid Ribeirac to disengage himself from the grasp of his adversary, but was closely pursued by Maugiron, who cut open his head with a blow of his sword. Livarot let his sword drop and fell on his knees. Then Maugiron hastened to give him another wound, and he fell altogether. Quelus and Maugiron remained against Antragues. Quelus was bleeding, but from slight wounds. Antragues comprehended his danger. He had not the least wound, but he began to feel tired, so he pushed aside Quelus's sword and jumped over a barrier, but at the same moment Maugiron attacked him behind. Antragues turned, and Quelus profited by this movement to get under the barrier. "He is lost," thought Chicot. "Vive le roi!" cried D'Epernon. "Silence, if you please, monsieur," said Antragues. At this instant Livarot, of whom no one was thinking, rose on his knees, hideous from the blood with which he was covered, and plunged his dagger between the shoulders of Maugiron, who fell, crying out, "Mon Dieu, I am killed!" Livarot fell back again, fainting. "Monsieur de Quelus," said Antragues, "you are a brave man; yield, I offer you your life." "And why yield?" "You are wounded, and I am not." "Vive le roi!" cried Quelus, "I have still my sword," and he rushed on Antragues, who parried the thrust, and seizing his arm, wrested his sword from him, saying, "Now you have it no longer." "Ah, a sword!" cried Quelus, and bounding like a tiger on Antragues, he threw his arms round him. Antragues struck him with his dagger again and again, but Quelus managed to seize his hands and twisted round him like a serpent, with arms and legs. Antragues, nearly suffocated, reeled and fell, but on the unfortunate Quelus. He managed to disengage himself, for Quelus's powers were failing him, and leaning on one arm, gave him a last blow. "Vive le..." said Quelus, and that was all. The silence and terror of death reigned everywhere. Antragues rose, covered with blood, but it was that of his enemy. D'Epernon made the sign of the cross, and fled as if he were pursued by demons. Chicot ran and raised Quelus, whose blood was pouring out from 19 wounds. The movement roused him, and he opened his eyes. "Antragues," said he, "on my honor, I am innocent of the death of Bussy." "Oh, I believe you, monsieur," cried Antragues, much moved. "Fly," murmured Quelus, "the king will never forgive you." "I cannot abandon you thus, even to escape the scaffold." "Save yourself, young man," said Chicot; "do not tempt Providence twice in one day." Antragues approached Ribeirac, who still breathed. "Well?" asked he. "We are victors," said Antragues in a low tone, not to offend Quelus. "Thanks," said Ribeirac; "now go," and he fainted again. Antragues picked up his own sword, which he had dropped, then that of Quelus, which he presented to him. A tear shone in the eyes of the dying man. "We might have been friends," he murmured. "Now fly," said Chicot; "you are worthy of being saved." "And my companions?" "I will take care of them, as of the king's friends." Antragues wrapped himself in a cloak, which his squire handed to him, so that no one might see the blood with which he was covered, and leaving the dead and wounded, he disappeared through the Porte St. Antoine. Chapter 96. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 97 of Chicot the Jester by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 97. The End. The king, pale with anxiety, and shuddering at the slightest noise, employed himself in conjecturing, with the experience of a practiced man, the time that it would take for the antagonists to meet, and that the combat would last. "Now," he murmured first, "they are crossing the Rue St. Antoine. Now they are entering the field. Now they have begun." And at these words, the poor king, trembling, began to pray. Rising again in a few minutes, he cried, "If Quelus only remembers the thrust I taught him! As for Schomberg, he is so cool that he ought to kill Ribeirac. Maugiron, also, should be more than a match for Livarot. But D'Epernon, he is lost. Fortunately, he is the one of the four whom I love least. But if Bussy, the terrible Bussy, after killing him, falls on the others, oh, my poor friends!" "Sire," said Crillon at the door. "What, already?" "Sire, I have no news but that the Duc d'Anjou begs to speak to your majesty." "What for?" "He says that the moment has come for him to tell you what service he rendered your majesty, and that what he has to tell you will calm a part of your fears." "Well, let him come." At this moment they heard a voice crying, "I must speak to the king at once." The king recognized the voice, and opened the door. "Here, St. Luc!" cried he. "What is it? But, mon Dieu, what is the matter? Are they dead?" Indeed, St. Luc, pale, without hat or sword, and spotted with blood, rushed into the king's room. "Sire," cried he, "vengeance! I ask for vengeance." "My poor St. Luc, what is it? You seem in despair." "Sire, one of your subjects, the bravest, noblest, has been murdered this night, traitorously murdered." "Of whom do you speak?" "Sire, you do not love him, I know, but he was faithful, and if need were, would have shed all his blood for your majesty, else he would not have been my friend." "Ah!" said the king, who began to understand. and something like a gleam of joy passed over his face. "Vengeance, sire, for Monsieur de Bussy." "Monsieur de Bussy?" "Yes, Monsieur de Bussy, whom 20 assassins poignarded last night. He killed 14 of them." "Monsieur de Bussy dead?" "Yes, sire." "Then he does not fight this morning?" St. Luc cast a reproachful glance on the king, who turned away his head, and in doing so saw Crillon still standing at the door. He signed to him to bring in the duke. "No, sire, he will not fight," said St. Luc, "and that is why I ask, not for vengeance. I was wrong to call it so, but for justice. I love my king, and am above all things jealous of his honor, and I think that it is a deplorable service which they have rendered to your majesty by killing Monsieur de Bussy." The Duc d'Anjou had just entered, and St. Luc's words had enlightened the king as to the service his brother had boasted of having rendered him. "Do you know what they will say?" continued St. Luc. "They will say, if your friends conquer, that it is because they first murdered Bussy." "And who will dare to say that?" "Pardieu, everyone," said Crillon. "No, monsieur, they shall not say that," replied the king, "for you shall point out the assassin." "I will name him, sire, to clear your majesty from so heinous an accusation," said St. Luc. "Well, do it." The Duc d'Anjou stood quietly by. "Sire," continued St. Luc, "last night they laid a snare for Bussy while he visited a woman whom loved him. The husband, warned by a traitor, came to his house with a troop of assassins. They were everywhere, in the street, in the courtyard, even in the garden." In spite of his power over himself, the duke grew pale at these last words. "Bussy fought like a lion, sire, but numbers overwhelmed him, and—" "And he was killed," interrupted the king, "and justly. I will certainly not revenge an adulterer." "Sire, I have not finished my tale. The unhappy man, after having defended himself for more than half an hour in the room, after having triumphed over his enemies, escaped, bleeding, wounded, and mutilated. He only wanted someone to lend him a saving hand, which I would have done, had I not been seized by his assassins and bound and gagged. Unfortunately, they forgot to take away my sight as well as my speech, for I saw 2 men approach the unlucky Bussy, who was hanging on the iron railings. I heard him entreat them for help, for in these 2 men he had the right to reckon on 2 friends. Well, sire, it is horrible to relate. It was still more horrible to see and hear. One ordered him to be shot, and the other obeyed." "And you know the assassins?" cried the king, moved in spite of himself. "Yes," said St. Luc, and turning to the prince with an expression of intense hatred, he cried, "The assassin, sire, was the prince, his friend." The duke stood perfectly quiet and answered, "Yes, Monsieur de St. Luc is right. It was I, and your majesty will appreciate my action, for Monsieur de Bussy was my servant, but this morning he was to fight against your majesty." "You lie, assassin!" cried St. Luc. "Bussy, full of wounds, his hands cut to pieces, a ball through his shoulder, and hanging suspended on the iron trellis work, might have inspired pity in the most cruel enemies. They would have succored him. But you, the murderer of La Mole and of Coconnas, you killed Bussy, as you have killed one after another all of your friends. You killed Bussy not because he was the king's enemy, but because he was the confidant of your secrets. Ah! Monsoreau knew well your reason for this crime." "Cordieu!" cried Crillon, "why am I not king?" "They insult me before you, brother," said the duke, pale with terror. "Leave us, Crillon," said the king. The officer obeyed. "Justice, sire, justice!" cried St. Luc again. "Sire," said the duke, "will you punish me for having served your majesty's friends this morning?" "And I," cried St. Luc, "I say that the cause which you espouse is accursed, and will be pursued by the anger of God. Sire, when your brother protects our friends, woe to them." The king shuddered. Then they heard hasty steps and voices. followed by a deep silence, and then, as if a voice from heaven came to confirm St. Luc's words, 3 blows were struck slowly and solemnly on the door by the vigorous arm of Crillon. Henry turned deadly pale. "Conquered!" cried he. "My poor friends!" "What did I tell you, sire?" cried St. Luc. "See how the murder succeeds!" But the king saw nothing, heard nothing. He buried his face in his hands and murmured, "Oh, my poor friends! Who will tell me about them?" "I, sire," said Chicot. "Well!" cried Henry. "2 are dead, and the 3rd is dying." "Which is the 3rd?" "Quelus." "Where is he?" "At the Hotel Boissy." The king said no more, but rushed from the room. St. Luc had taken Diana home to his wife, and this had kept him from appearing sooner at the Louvre. Jeanne passed 3 days and nights watching her through the most frightful delirium. On the 4th day, Jeanne, overcome by fatigue, went to take a little rest. 2 hours after, when she returned, Diana was gone. Quelus died at the Hotel Boissy in the king's arms, after lingering for 30 days. Henry was inconsolable. He raised 3 magnificent tombs for his friends, on which their effigies were sculptured life size in marble. He had innumerable masses said for them, and prayed for their souls himself night and morning. For 3 months Chicot never left his master. In September, Chicot received the following letter, dated from the priory of Boime. "Dear Chicot, the air is soft in this place, and the vintage promises to be good this year. They say that the king, whose life I saved, still grieves much. Bring him to the priory. Dear Monsieur Chicot, we will give him wine of 1550, which I have discovered in my cellar, and which is enough to make one forget the greatest grief. For I find in the Holy Writ these words, 'Good wine rejoices the heart of man.' It is in Latin. I will show it to you. Come, then, dear Monsieur Chicot, come with the king, Monsieur d'Epernon, and Monsieur de St. Luc, and we will fatten them all. The Reverend Prior, Dom Gorenflot, your humble servant and friend. P.S. Tell the king that I have not yet had time to pray for the souls of his friends, but when the vintage is over, I shall not fail to do so." "Amen," said Chicot. "Here are poor devils, well recommended to heaven." The end of chapter 97. The end of Chicot the Jester, by Alexandre Dumas.